Get on your feet. Now time is over with the quickness. Can I get a witness like Jehovah? Amen. Keep it up till I say when. Now I'm busting out the playpen. It's the era of Jake Rivera. Sparking revolutions like in Guantanamo. Like Noah getting played from the hands of the creator. Locust devouring all the hocus pocus. Focus on the most of the curious unload. Contents under pressure. About to explode like the Farino. Mean and green, so check my signal. It's the skinny individual who did you well. I kid you not. I think you stop if you got to scheme. Cause my team bring the steam like I wonder from my oasis. And the race is right. Now it's time to take my place in the sun. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
Resistance is futile. We governmental approval. Invent the time to dance because our views get futile. It's brutal. So expensive, penny sweet, and only volunteers all suspended state.
Self-suppression and evidence will be that with belligerence.
And you can hesitate penance because like the president said. Hence, your confession is expected if you think they were persistent in the method. Yes, you guessed it.
Blessed are we who come in the name of J.
Our word spreads like
Oh, I declare.
it's a state of emergency, the president says. So don't expect the reality, depend on me, my sanity. It's done forgiving me.
You can't resist the skin.
To give yourself a movement, it's still feel the warm emotion on your seat.
Cross cautiously. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Greg Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Greg. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona knife. Never feel though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Todd wrote this one.
Yeah.
You think? This is not mine. Stand all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stand all night, no one just might. You make me stand all night. It's just the sight of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night. R.I.P. Todd.
Round robin. Your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play. Your best alternative line. Whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Down off in these streets, nobody left to lose bed. Still thinking about the night before I pray on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd of flashing blue red lights. I run to see the college.
It's early on a Sunday morning, wherever you are listening in the United States of America. Of course, you could be tuning in around the world. You might be laying there in your bed, wiping the crust out of your eyes, and then cranks up the docile tones of the pie tasters. And you know that it's time to get NFL Week 4 ready to jam here on the Round Robin, broadcasting live from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. I am Stephen Murray. I am your host. This is a program dedicated to all you NFL wagerers, all you people who are up early, trying to get some good content for the morning. You want to drink your coffee, sit on your back patio. Maybe you have a long drive this morning. You can keep us tuned in the entire time for about the next 4 hours or so, and we will break down every gambling angle possible on the National Football League and the slate of games this afternoon, the doubleheader tomorrow night, and so forth. Usually what we do to start the program, and that is our goal, is to invest the minimum to make the maximum reward. Again, our philosophy, if you're new to the show, is why take $10 to the 7-Eleven to buy a lottery ticket to try to maybe win $10? Maybe you'll get double your money back at 20. If you're lucky, not even a 50-50 chance on that. Occasionally, maybe on that lottery, $10, you can turn that into 500 or so. Very rarely anything above that. Obviously, to hit any kind of jackpot, the odds are stacked against you big time. But, you know, you can take that same $10. You can go to your legal sports book or illegal sports book for that matter.
Put that $10 down, maybe find a 3 or 4 game parlay, maybe do a 4-team round robin at $2 legs, and you can crank that $10 into 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, even more. We can make bets on this show with exotic 2 touchdown scorers, where you invest as little as $7 or $8 to win close to $1 million. So all you need to do is strike gold once or twice during the season, and you pay for everything that you're going to play for the entire year. And we venture to say that we will do that on a few occasions and make this a profitable NFL season. So that's what we will do. We will invest the minimum to make the maximum, and let's see how this NFL Week 4 goes. What we usually do is we start off and look at the lines right away. We have an updated slate on the ticker below. We'll go through the games. We'll look at the weather, and we'll get a feel for how things may play out weather-wise, line movement, etc. We'll take the first 15, 20 minutes to do that. Then what we'll do is we'll pipe in our man from the West Coast, Dave Del Grande. Dave works with Field Level Media. His primary coverage of sports is the NBA. He covers the Golden State Warriors. But he is Mr. Fantasy himself for the NFL. He's an expert gambler. Great insight, a fantastic interview. Every week we'll spend a couple of hours unbroken with him, and we'll go through everything we possibly can with the AFC West teams, the NFC West teams. We'll try to pick on some of the other games as well, looking for the fun, higher scoring matchups. And we'll also get into topics of all sorts to break up the monotony of the gambling. We'll talk about potentially on a weekly basis, what's Ohtani doing, or, we have baseball playoffs coming up. We'll discuss that. Obviously, the Oakland A's, where he is an A's fan, closed the Oakland Coliseum. So we'll give Dave Del Grande the final touches on the closing down of the Coliseum and see what he has to say about that for Oakland Athletics Nation as well. And we'll dive deep into the gambling slate. After Dave Del Grande, we'll bring in Nephew Dave, the Ant-Man, will also join in. Nephew Dave, our NFC East expert, and our specials board player. He'll find a bunch of unique angles that no one will be looking at, trust me. And we'll get him in studio going through all the games. The Ant-Man with his unique fantasy angles and his unique wagering angles as well. We'll get him piped in on the hotline, and we'll go through the entire slate with those guys to round out the morning. We'll go through Survivor Pool, fantasy, props, game lines, alt lines, touchdown scores, everything else all through the morning long here on the Round Robin. Just to quickly recap, if you did not watch the Georgia and Alabama game last night, I'm not sure what you were doing. In fact, a decent evening of football overall. The Penn State-Illinois game was a close game for the most part until the end. Entertaining watch there, especially for the Penn State fans. But what a game with Georgia and Alabama. Alabama goes out to the 28-0 lead. Before they essentially blow that, Georgia gets on the board to make it 28-7. And right before the half, Alabama gets a safety right there to start the second half. 30-7 is a score. You think they're just going to run away with it, win the game by 40 points or more, potentially. But storming back comes the Georgia Bulldogs all the way to take the lead. For a single play with 2 minutes left in the game, they had the lead. And then Alabama throws a bomb down the sideline to answer their Georgia score, to take a lead, to take the lead back. 41-34 in the final. Alabama, as they get an interception in the end zone off Georgia to end that game, essentially very late. but both teams moving the ball. Alabama owned the first half. Georgia owned the second half. And we are liable to see these two teams play at least once more, maybe even twice in the playoffs. They both showed to be playoff worthy. The loss is not going to, unless you stack up losses, but the losses should not be detrimental to their playoff cause at the end of the day. But a fantastic football game overall with Alabama and Georgia last evening. Ole Miss, the upset of the day, to the hands of Kentucky. So Jackson Dart gets a blemish on his record, and Ole Miss, who like an absolute machine, takes the L at home in Oxford to the Wildcats. All right, let's look at the NFL slate. Besides that, baseball playoffs heating up too. We'll have a good final Sunday, and that we'll just talk about that real quick. In fact, let me just scoot on over to things. Let's see here. The Yankees end up clinching, so they'll sit everyone today. Good shot potentially with the Pirates here. Not that the Pirates have been worthy of hitting anything, but we'll assume that the Yankees will sit everybody. Maybe. Is that a bad assumption? I mean, I see home run props for Judge, Stanton, Soto. You would think they'd want to get these guys some rest at some point today, give them a break. Let's see. Cleveland and the Astros, that game won't matter anymore. Everything is decided there. Philly and the Dodgers, the home field will go to the Dodgers. With that, the meaningful games will be with Arizona and San Diego this afternoon. Arizona must win. Also, the Mets at the Brewers. The Mets must win. Now, they do have a magic number of 2, and they might have to play that doubleheader in Atlanta. But I believe if the Mets win, the Diamondbacks lose, and the Braves win, I think there's no need to play that doubleheader tomorrow on the Monday, actually. And the Mets and the Braves will both get into the postseason. Let's see. The Minnesota Twins have been eliminated. Yeah, that's about it. So some interesting things to look at for Major League Baseball today as well. Oh, the Tigers can clinch. Did the Tigers already clinch a playoff spot? I think they get a better wild card if they win today. They already clinched a spot. So that game will matter for them a little bit as well. And I think that game's off the board still. Am I correct? With Detroit? Yeah, I don't see them on the board yet. So a few things to look at as far as Major League Baseball is concerned this afternoon and how the playoffs will set up starting on Tuesday. All right, let's go through the slate of the games. It doesn't look like we have any wet weather on board for any of our matchups this afternoon. But I will say this. We did play a rugby game yesterday in Charlottesville, Virginia, which is the path of the aftermath of Hurricane Helen. And it was humid and disgusting and gross. And checking out the humidity at a lot of these cities where we have NFL games today, I mean, it is definitely a human mess left behind from this hurricane that's kind of melted away here in the Midwest. So we're going to need some sort of a cold front to come through and get the disgusting air out. But pretty much everyone's going to be dealing with it. So maybe cramps an issue. But the humidity, awfully brutal. And it looks like it's basically everywhere we look across the slate of games today. Let's see. First game on the board will be Carolina and Cincinnati, a Andy Dalton revenge game for Carolina. He gets in the lineup last week and is spectacular. He was the best quarterback on the field last week in week 3. Him and the Panthers host the Bengals today. The Bengals laying 5.5, 47.5. The Bengals with the loss on Monday night to the Commanders. And via that loss, I was able to finish right now in the top 2 of my local pub's survivor pool. We already put in a little bit of a chop in place. We'll play for the rest of the pot. But thank you to the Bengals for the first 3 weeks of bad football. They have earned me a cash out in our local pub's survivor pool. So I am grateful for that. And most survivor pools are down to just a handful of people. If you're looking at like your local neighborhood pool of 200, 100 entries or so, I'm in another one that has, I think, 220 people, 225, I think, somewhere in that neighborhood. And there's only 7 of us left in that one. I'll be one of the entries there as well. So survivor pool dwindling down here in week 4. The total here, 47.5, is one of the higher totals on the board. All the over-unders, for the most part, across the slate are lower than what we had for through the first 3 weeks. The Sunday slate, I think we only had 3 games go over the total, maybe 4 last Sunday. Most of the games lower scoring. The games that are going over the total aren't necessarily flying over, with the exception of the Monday night games that we had last week. But 47.5, I think, could be an achievable number for these two. Andy Dalton, Joe Burrow. We might see a good old school Cincinnati Bengals quarterback, new school Cincinnati Bengals quarterback shootout this afternoon in Charlotte. We will discuss that as we go through the morning. Denver Broncos are at the Jets. The Jets minus 7.5. Low total here, 39.5. Excuse me. The Saints. No weather issues at the Jets, except for the humidity, as we mentioned before. We'll be inside at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium for the Saints and the Falcons. Tough game to handicap. The Falcons minus 2.5, over under 40.5. We last saw the Saints losing late to Philadelphia and the Falcons losing late to the Chiefs on a controversial play in which much of the nation declares that the Chiefs get every penalty flag thrown their way. I haven't piled on that boat too much, but man, they do to get a lot of flags. I must admit that. So the Falcons and Saints NFC matchup, locking horns in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today. Good NFC North matchup. Vikings now catching 3. This is one of the games where the lines have moved over under 44.5 now. That over under is up. That's because we have Jordan Love back in the lineup for Green Bay this afternoon. The Packers minus 3, 44.5. The Vikings have been on fire with Sam Darnold, one of the better stories of the NFL. Maybe if the Vikings weren't in that tough NFC North, they could be leading other divisions, right? Maybe one of the better teams in the NFC South or NFC East, per se. But the Vikings and Packers, a good matchup in Lambeau Field today, 1 o'clock. Humidity, an issue there. Jacksonville, they will try to rebound after their 47-10 thumping at the hands of Buffalo. And Buffalo was my survivor winner last week. They will be at the Texans, a dinged-up Texans team. We'll have to get the injury status of some of the players for the Texans as we go along this morning. Let's see here. Right now, they do have listed touchdown scores. Nico Collins, which is good. I do not see a Tank Dell, so we'll assume that he could potentially be out. Both of the running backs are out, so they're going to have to lean on Cam Akers. So a shorthanded potential Houston Texans team hosting a Jaguars team who needs to show up, unlike they did on Monday night in Buffalo, an AFC South game. And this literally is for the Jags season. I mean, could Doug Peterson be done and fired if he loses this game today? I would say there's a good chance of that, to be honest. We'll see how long these owners are going to have some slack for some of these teams in disarray, as the Jaguars are currently. They need a win today in Houston. Pittsburgh is in the Dome at Lucas Oil Stadium, minus 2.5, 40.5. The total here with the Steelers and the Colts. Steelers undefeated on the season. The Colts, nice win against the Bears at home last week. Can the Steelers take this act on the road inside a loud environment with Justin Fields and come away with a victory today? Anthony Richardson, watch out. You got a good defense you're going against this afternoon. We saw some bad balls being thrown last week by Richardson. And the Steelers defense could definitely seize the opportunity there. Just 5-1 for an anytime touchdown for the Steelers today, and 65-1 for 2 touchdowns. Something I will actually look at this afternoon myself. We'll get to that and more as we go through the morning on that game. The Rams are at the Bears. The Rams are the walking wounded. The Bears just kind of sputtering in the mud in a sense. Can we wipe the slate clean on the preseason? The first 3 weeks of the NFL kind of chalk it up to a preseason-esque type of unpreparedness for a lot of these NFL teams. Well, the Bears will hope that they're in that kind of a predicament where they can actually start to put their best foot forward and be a contending NFL side. Right now, the Bears are laying 3 and 40.5 to the Rams. Anytime you have Matthew Stafford on your team, you're going to have a chance. It doesn't even matter who you're throwing the ball to for the Rams. Talking about no Kupp, no Nakua. And I'll go through most of the players who are out this afternoon here in a second. I got a decent list working already, and we'll add to it as the morning goes as well. But humid conditions, too, for this game. -3 for Chicago, 40.5. Humid conditions down in Tampa for our last 1 p.m. Eastern start with the Buccaneers and the Eagles, a playoff rematch last season. The Eagles, the favorite on the road here, -1.5, over under 41.5. Eagles with a nice win at the Saints last week, a lower scoring game. I was hoping that was going to be a higher scoring game. That was one of my overplays last week, but that game was a stinker from the get-go as far as the total was concerned. And the Buccaneers, excuse me, a little bit of fall allergies here. And the Buccaneers got punched in the face by the Broncos earlier in the day last week, week 3. And never able to really recover from that. They'll look for a better performance at home today. Also, they are dealing with injuries as well. All these teams have injuries at this point. It's amazing how they stack up. And the perfect team, as you see it, for your favorite team might not ever exist at any point during the season. We'll knock on wood. Buffalo Bills seem to be the one team who's been good in that regard. The Patriots are at the 49ers, talking about a team with injuries. I mean, it was both of them. The Pats' offensive line in complete disarray of what they even had for an offensive line was in disarray. It looks like we have some guys back for them this week, a little bit healthier after the long break after the Jets game on a Thursday night during week 3. The 49ers, they're banged up too, but it looks like we'll get a decent amount of players out there today. We have Samuel listed as a touchdown. We have Kittles listed as a touchdown scorer today. Brock Purdy, there's even words of him being banged up. No Christian McCaffrey. Still have to rely on Jordan Mason. But the 49ers and Patriots look like they're a little bit better off injury-wise this week. 49ers -10.5, 40.5 in this game. And this is a humid game, too. A lot of humidity in the Bay Area for the 49ers and the Pats. We'll be inside Arizona with the Commanders and the Cardinals. -3.5 now for the Cardinals against a Washington team who looked fantastic on Monday night, at least offensively. 49.5 is the total in this game. So expecting a lot of points in this. This is your highest scoring total on the board. And that kind of happened the way I kind of saw it last week with Detroit. Usually Detroit and the Cardinals play a ping pong back and forth game. And it started off that way, but it's settled into a nice, easy 20-10 victory for Detroit. So that game's staying well under the total. We'll see if these two teams can chuck it around the park and run all over the place this afternoon, 4:05 Eastern in Arizona. The Chiefs laying a touchdown and an extra point, -7 at the Chargers, 41.5. The Chargers go across country last week and lose to Pittsburgh. The Chiefs pull one out on Sunday night against the Atlanta Falcons. We do have Justin Herbert listed, so it looks like he's going to go today for the Chargers. It's better off if it's that way. We don't want to see an Easton stick in there. So hopefully Herbert can hang in there, make this a competitive game. The Chargers catching 7 at home in SoFi Stadium, 4:25 p.m. Eastern. Another interesting game in the regards that what are the Raiders doing? And Dave Del Grande is a Raiders fan. Unfortunately, when we recorded his interview Friday, the news of the Raiders not playing Crosby. We have Devontae Adams now sitting, and it almost seems like they're sitting them to trade them in a way, and not per injury. I mean, just slightly dinged up is Devontae Adams. Crosby's injury could be a little bit more significant than that, but both of these players sitting today. We've heard the word business decision thrown around, the words business decision thrown around. So what does that exactly mean? Are these guys on the trading block? Are the Raiders looking to reshuffle the deck for next season and already start to tank here in week 4 in September, already tanking? That could be the case with the Raiders. This line now up to 2.5 for Cleveland, over under 36.5. So who knows what you're going to get from the Raiders this afternoon. The Cleveland, who's been stumbling all season. It's almost like the Browns are like this. It's almost like there's a party at the house. Everyone's been hanging out, having a good time. Everyone's been doing drinks, having shots. The party's been going on for 3.5 hours. Everyone's starting to get drowsy, falling asleep on the couch. It's almost time to go home. And here come the Cleveland Browns banging through the front door. Hey, time to party, guys. Can we get all fired up here? They have been extremely late to the regular season and any kind of great performance. I mean, they lost to the Giants last week. They've lost to the Cowboys in bad fashion, and they pull one out, holding on to a very stumbling Jacksonville squad. So what kind of effort do you get out of the Browns today? I mean, I feel like it's set up for them on a silver platter if the Raiders are going to perhaps even have a mutiny in the locker room at some point here. We're going to have to pay attention to this Raiders thing as it could get uglier fast compared to pretty anytime soon for Vegas. All right, so the Browns, the favorite on the road in Vegas today. The Ravens at home tonight, the night game, a good one with Buffalo. The Ravens are a 2.5-point favorite, 46.5 the total. The Ravens winning in Dallas last week. That was one of the higher scoring games. And the Bills seem to be able to play any style you want. Josh Allen's on fire. He's probably the candidate for NFL MVP at this moment in time. But the Bills and my man Shakir, how about that preseason call? I've been right on about my man Khalil Shakir, a wide receiver out of Boise State. But the Bills and Ravens, a good fun game this evening. No rain, should just be another humid evening. But Lamar Jackson is going to have to raise his game just a hair to get onto the level of one Josh Allen right now. A good matchup, fun game tonight in Baltimore between these two teams. And Monday night, we have the Dolphins, who will go to Tyler Huntley at quarterback against the Titans. If you remember last year, that was a come-from-behind upset win for Tennessee when these two played on a Monday night. They'll do the rematch on the Monday night. The Dolphins just -2.5, over under 37.5. What have you seen that in the Dolphins game? So maybe this game is lower than You would think, in fact, I think this is actually up a point. I think we're down to 36.5 at one point. But the news of Huntley getting into the lineup will encourage optimism on behalf of the Dolphins and their fans. That will be the first game on Monday at 7:30. And Tennessee can't seem to get out of their way. If there's a team who has self-inflicted wounds more than anybody, that would be the Tennessee Titans if you've been watching any of their games. We do have the Sports Lounge. We have up to 5 or 6 games on at one time, so we do get a feel for everything that's really happening on a Sunday week-to-week basis with all of these teams. We try to catch every possible game we can. In Tennessee, it looks like they're moving down the field, doing fine. Next thing you know, there's a ball getting thrown into a helmet, bouncing 20 feet into the air for an interception. Just that kind of thing is what's happening to Tennessee. Don't need to correct those self-inflicted issues in order to turn their season around. And they need a win as well, as they sit at the bottom of the AFC South with Jacksonville. And a good game to end the weekend outright with Detroit and Seattle. Detroit minus 3.5, over under 46.5. Seahawks undefeated. Detroit 2-1. Geno Smith has played great. Very manageable, game manageable, getting the ball around, a nice running attack, a good defense, just solid football overall by Seattle and Denver, where they just seem to be misfiring a hair, not really firing on all cylinders yet. It's not like they're a team that blows people out left and right anyway, but you would like to see that at some point where, they get out to a dominant 21-0 lead out of the gate, look like a true Super Bowl contender, etc. So we'll see how that plays out Monday night at 8:15 there at Ford Field. So the moral of the story is this: I think for week 4 going forward, I think we are completely wide open. Obviously, injuries are going to matter at the end of the season. It's impossible to project how these teams will mold into what they will be 3 months down the road. Obviously, if the Packers don't have a Jordan Love, they're a different team. If the Rams don't have all their wide receivers, they're a different team. If the Eagles, who don't have their wide receivers today, then they're a different team. Let's see. Do they have A.J. Brown listed as a touchdown scorer? Let's see. I don't see him on here. Jahan Dotson is your regular first wide receiver touchdown scorer at plus 360. When I did this interview with Dave Del Grande, who will pipe in here in a minute, Jalen Hurts is one of his better plays of the day. He was not on the board at the time, but Hurts for an anytime touchdown is at plus 155. So Del Grande is going to love that number. We figured he'd be a minus favorite in that regard, but plus 155 for Hurts for a touchdown is a good price for Philadelphia today. Injuries will matter. Everything's wide open, and we'll see how week 4 treats us overall. Let's get into the slate all morning long here on the Round Robin. It is 7:48 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4:48 a.m. on the West Coast, wherever you're tuning in around the world. We appreciate it. So let's get into it. Without further ado, we will bring on our man. Let me get his slide up here. We will get on our man, Dave Del Grande. He is a columnist with Field Level Media, a senior analyst at Stat Factor, and he is the founder of MrFantasy.com himself. From the San Francisco Bay Area, Dave Del Grande joins us. The obvious place to start is with your athletics out there, right? You've been a long time cover of sports out there, primarily basketball, but like you said, you've seen enough of the athletics. Back from my youth, we were the A's as a little league baseball team, and that was the time of the Bash Brothers. So as a 11, 12-year-old kid, that team became naturally attractive to me to root for. Always had a good fan base when they were a good team. And the politics more than me, but just seeing the team going away, I mean, the iconic moment, I mean, and you probably did know it at the time, and it comes against them too as well. I mean, that's Eckersley and Kirk Gibson with that dramatic home run, Vince Scully on the call, ball hitting the camera in right field. When the A's go away from Oakland, those are the kind of memories that don't really fade away, but just kind of make you shake your head a little bit like, damn, man, this team couldn't just exist there. But it's been an uphill battle in all kinds of different ways. Let me just give you the final word on the Athletics as they leave Oakland. And I'll say this too, real quick too, Dave, before you get into it. I liked hearing Ricky Henderson in the booth. That was great. I liked hearing Zito in the booth. I actually paid attention to some of that stuff. Wish I could have gotten more content out of it. But great perspectives from players like them as well.
Yeah, what was a little disappointing to me, I'm not blaming anybody, but I'm a big A's fan. Among all the teams here, I would say that I root for the A's more than the Raiders and the Warriors. But and all three of which have left Oakland now, by the way. But there has been, as the season's gone along, kind of a reunion and kind of a going away tour, like you mentioned. They're singing the national anthem.
Yes, that was great.
Ricky Henderson, Dave Stewart, even smaller time guys, Bip Roberts, local kid who made it up through the ranks, ended up playing for the A's, now does some broadcasting for them. I mean, there's just been Reggie Jackson. I mean, there's still a lot of these guys who are around who you would have hoped would have been able to convince the owner to sell the team, convince the city of Oakland to build a new stadium, find a middle ground somewhere where with all of these great guys still participating, still in the mix, still wanting to be a part of it, and it just hasn't happened. And you're left wondering, well, it can't just be because the owner, is stubborn. I mean, sure, he's got a team, and he's going to do with it what he wants, and he has. But even at some point, you would think Ricky Henderson and Reggie Jackson and Dave Stewart, Joe Morgan, another local guy here, would have the clout to go to the commissioner and say, hey, look, this is what's happening here is really, really bad for baseball. You need to force this guy either to get back on the negotiating table with the city of Oakland or to sell the team. You just can't be leaving this market. And yet that hasn't happened at all. And so I'm led to believe that it's not just the owner's fault. I mean, and history tells us it's not just the owner's fault, because this has happened to 3 previous ownerships as well. And I remember, I go all the way back to Charlie Finley in the old days, and Catfish Hunter leaving and becoming the first free agent, and Reggie getting, going to Baltimore and then to the Yankees. It's like we've seen this story over and over again, and everybody grew to hate Finley for being cheap, and why can't we keep Holtzman? Why can't we keep Blue? Why can't we keep Reggie, Rudy, all these guys? Well, there just wasn't the revenue stream in Oakland to be a player in Major League Baseball, and eventually Finley had to sell the team, and then the next ownership had to sell the team, and the next ownership had to sell the team, and the cycle. I mean, they produced a lot of really good teams on very low revenue, but when it came time to pay the players, they just couldn't do it. And now to blame the new ownership here for experiencing the exact same thing that the previous three ownerships have done, to me, is a little short-sighted. And, so anyway, my point is there's a lot of blame to go around. And I don't know, I guess I've seen enough sports to realize that these things happen in sports.
Right.
Kansas City, Philadelphia used to have a team called the A's. They're gone. Kansas City used to have a team called the A's. They're gone. And now Oakland used to have a team called the A's. They're gone. And they're moving. I think they're way better off in Las Vegas than they are here. I mean, the Raiders have proven that. The revenue, will skyrocket. They'll have a new stadium. They'll be able to compete financially with the other big boys. And now the question is, will the owner do it? Now there's no more excuses. Now there's no more, nobody even wants to buy the naming rights to our stadium. Giants get $10 million a year from AT&T or Pac-Bell or who's ever doing it for that decade. And, we get 75 cents from, O.com or something. So, I mean, it's, I think they, I understand, I'm not a fan at all of the ownership, but I understand kind of where he's coming from. And now, Forbes tells us that the minute Las Vegas, Major League Baseball approved the move to Las Vegas, and Las Vegas gave them $385 million or whatever it was for the stadium. The value of the team went from $1.1 billion to $2.1 billion. I mean, Forbes is telling us this is a very good move for the team itself. And I don't know, I'm still going to be a fan. I mean, I can understand all these people that were at the final series and at the final game, and they'd like their children to have the same opportunity that they had watching the team. But the fact is, they just didn't watch the team enough. And yes, like you said, there appeared to have been a nice following for the team when they were doing well, but that was mostly in person. Those who don't live in Northern California don't understand that the temperature at an A's game is the best of any park in Major League Baseball. It is always the same. It is always nice and comfortable. If it's a day game, you get a nice 70s with a little breeze. If it's a nice night game, you get high 60s with a little. It's just very, very comfortable place to watch a game. It never gets rained out. It's never really cold enough to wear a jacket. I mean, and yet it's not really, like San Diego. Well, San Diego's got great weather too. Yeah, but it can get too hot there. It's never too hot here. It's a great place to watch baseball. Buy a colossal dog. Get your beer. Watch an afternoon game. I mean, there's nothing like it. Unfortunately, nobody watched this team on television, and to me, that was the bigger indicator that it's just not. The fan base for the Giants here is way, way bigger than the fan base for the A's. The revenue stream for the Giants is way, way bigger than the A's. It's just not a two-team market. I mean, I'm sorry, but like I said, I think they're better off in Las Vegas.
Thank you, because I really wanted the new listeners and the people tuning in who haven't heard this show over the last 3 years consistently to hear your true angle from being out there. I think that has perfectly stated everything that you said and well explained for the audience. All right, we've been good at pointing out things that Major League Baseball doesn't do good at, and I'm going to add on to that list playoff scheduling after the regular season, and it all comes down to this Hurricane Helen with the Mets having to go to Milwaukee, and now potentially a doubleheader on Monday afternoon, whether it means it for the Mets, whether it means it for the Braves. And then having one of those teams potentially having to fly out to the West Coast as well. I guess just the moral of the question is, can't they just give everyone a few days off in case this happens and have that extra 2 or 3 makeup days if you need it? I mean, is it that big of a deal that all the pitchers kind of start from scratch after a 162-game season? I get that you want to put the games on weekdays so you get the public eye right off the bat on a Tuesday and you grab them the whole week. But I think at the end of the day, if you're going to do that, maybe the postseason ends the Thursday before and you start up on the Monday after the NFL and football gets a hold of everybody. You get a little break from that. I'm just going to throw on the playoff scheduling immediately after the regular season with just that Monday being a makeup if necessary deal. I think you need to add a couple more days to that at the end of the day. You may not think that's that big of a deal, but what do you have to say about that?
I do think it's a big deal, something that I pushed for a long time. I think that Major League Baseball has started headed in a better direction, in the sense that it used to be just a one-game do or die 2 days after the season ended. And if you didn't have your pitching lined up, in other words, if you had played through the weekend just to get into that wild card game, and now the A's had a bullpen game, against the Yankees in a wild card game. I mean, that was ridiculous. This is the postseason. And at least now they've gone to 2 out of 3 so that even if you have to pitch your ace on Sunday to get into the playoffs, well, by game 3, he's probably ready to go again if you need him. Heck, you might not even get to game 3. But I agree 100%. It's ridiculous that you get into the postseason and you can't even put your best foot forward. There's something wrong with that. Now, what's the solution? I can understand, the NFL does this as well, and even the NBA has started to do this. With so many teams making the playoffs, they project that last day of the season is going to be the greatest day of the year. That, oh man, we got the Mets and the Braves, and they're going for a wild card spot. Oh, look at the Tigers and the Royals; they're tied going to the last day. Oh, the Padres need this for home. I mean, there's so many different things going into the final weekend that last day has to be important. I mean, and so this year, unfortunately for them, I don't think it's they're not getting they don't have that great matchup on the last weekend. I mean, the Mets aren't playing the Braves on the last weekend. It turns out they're going to play them the day after. But my point is that going in, they want to make that last day of the season their most important day of the year. And so they have to put it on a Sunday. Unfortunately, it's the NFL season, falls on the same day. But you can't put that game or that series of games on a Thursday. It's just not enough people would be watching. It would be slapping yourself in the face for saying this is the most important day of the season, and we're going to put it on a day where the TV audience is going to be half as much as it would be on a Sunday. So I can understand why they wouldn't want the season to end, regular season, on a Wednesday or Thursday. And I also understand the playoffs go so long that we're already going into snow season, and to say, well, why don't they just push them back another, 2, 3, 4 days, let teams get their pitching lined up. All right, well, that just means, there'll be, 4 inches of snow on the ground instead of just 2. And that's not ideal either. So, I mean, I don't know quite what the solution is. I mean, everybody says, well, just play fewer games in the regular season, which all seems to make sense until you start realizing, all right, well, we're playing 10% fewer games, so give us back 10% of your salary, give us back 10% of your revenue that you're not getting, and, give us back 10% of that TV contract. And players don't want it. The ownership doesn't want it. So I don't know that that's ever going to happen either. So I agree with you. in identifying the problem. I think it's still a major issue, but I don't know what the solution is.
Right. And I mean, I don't think I need to talk any playoffs or gambling. Anything else on baseball you want to get off your chest before we move on?
When the A's pulled down the curtain on their home schedule, my season is now over.
And the NHL does a good job of. All right, you just finished Game 7, the New York Rangers against the Bruins. 2 nights later, here's Carolina Hurricanes for you. No break for you after a physical 7-game series. The NHL likes to get things going too in the postseason. Let's see here. NBA, we're kind of on the dawn of that. I really haven't looked at anything too much, but anything jump off your chest with the NBA? You covered the Warriors. Anything sticking out to you right here as we are about a month away from games? Maybe a little bit less now?
No, I don't know if it's just because I've gotten linked to it somehow through posts that I've made or what. I'm not a big social media guy, but I do, jump on Facebook quite a bit. But man, the number of Celtics sites, and I can't go, 5 posts without seeing a picture of Jason Tatum, and oh my God, you're not going to want to deal with him this season after the embarrassment of the Olympics. Oh, come on, please spare me, okay? Just Jaylen Brown not being put on that team, and after being the MVP of the finals and the Eastern Finals, oh my goodness, he's going to come out and have a monster season. It's like, well, gee, nobody else in the league has any kind of incentive, so these 2 guys are just going to dominate. I will say that to me, Boston, as much as teams, the Knicks have certainly improved. Philadelphia, you would think, has improved as long as Embiid is healthy. So the Celtics should have a lot more competition in the East this year than they had last year. That said, if they, keep their core 6 healthy, I mean, that's the best team in the league. And if they can somehow convince Tatum to shoot the ball less, and
what he did in the finals, pass the ball, be more of a facilitator.
Right. I mean, all time. I mean, he just
rebounds, offensive rebounds.
Jason Tatum is a very good player, and he does a lot of great things, but he gets on this ego trip. What I find, the small things. I've played more basketball than any other sport, so maybe I see the smaller things in basketball that I don't see in other sports. But to me, what bothers me are things like this. When there's a technical foul is called, and again, as having been a player and having been the worst free throw shooter, on the team, when a technical foul is called, it doesn't matter that I'm the captain. I'm not running up there and grabbing the ball and saying, I'm owed this opportunity to score this point. I'm the captain. I'm taking the biggest penalty shot in soccer or whatever it is. You know what? If I'm not good at penalty shots, then we're going to have the best guy shooting penalty shots taking it. But Jason Tatum, who's not the best free throw shooter on the team, not even close to the best free throw shooter on the team, every time there's a technical foul, he runs and grabs the basketball. You're right. Like, okay, hey, this is, I'm the captain. This is my team. I'm the man. It's like, no, sit down. White's a 92% free throw shooter. Brown's a better free throw shooter than you. Holiday's probably a better free throw shooter than you. You don't deserve this up. But it just speaks of, this is my team. Well, no, it isn't. You've got, this is not Jordan and Pippen and 3, at large guys. This is 5 or 6 really good basketball players, 3 of which made the Olympic team, and a 4th who probably should have, and a 5th who wasn't even an American, So, I mean, it's like, this is what makes the Celtics great. When they're spreading the ball around, when it's unselfish basketball. Unfortunately, in my mind, they have one of the most selfish players in the entire league. And that is, they have to overcome that, as well as slightly better competition this year in order to repeat. But I still think that Boston, if I had to pick one, I think it's a no-brainer. As much as they have become my least favorite team, I still got to say they've got to be by far the choice to win this year.
All right, Dave, let's get to the NFL. We got a lot to get to. What we do with you every week is talk the AFC West, NFC West. We find all the other potential fun games involved, meaning a lot of points, which if you're looking for that in recent weeks, those have definitely been hard to come by. Just a handful of games going over the total last week, and maybe only one really blowing the over-under out of the water. And it wasn't even by that much, but if you can call a 59-point game a blowout to the over when it's set around 40, then that was the case. But we got a lot to get to, and I want to get to a lot of fantasy too. So I want to jump into these games, but I'll say this. I'm willing to throw out weeks 1, 2, and 3 completely out like they've never happened. The only thing I'm going to account for overall is injuries. I'm willing to give a lot of these teams the benefit of the doubt, perhaps, from what we've seen through the first 3 weeks. I'll get into more of this in fantasy, but the tight end has completely disappeared. I think I found a really good new one, which is probably on your radar as well, and the fans out there as well. But overall, I'm willing to throw out the first 3 weeks of kind of what I've seen. I'm going to chalk a lot of that up to no preseason. I'm going to chalk a lot of that up to the lack of live reps as with shoulder pads and contact, that sort of thing, and practices. They're getting it the more as we go through the games. Obviously, injuries, we're going to account for that. But I kind of see this as a whole new season starting now. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I do agree that there's been a bunch of head-scratching things that have happened, and I'm not exactly sure why. Just when you think you have a beat on a team, something else happens. No better example of that than Carolina,
right? Yep.
Who looked like the worst team in the history of the NFL.
We kind of thought that could. It wasn't a full-blown chance that Andy Dalton wasn't going to come out and look like a superstar compared to
right, but
Bryce.
Still, it was. It's not like they were adding the best quarterback in the league to a team that's been losing because their quarterback's been terrible. This team had still does, has very little talent. And they were going on the road. They were, against the Raiders. Now, granted, this is not an elite team either.
Right.
But from a team that was been embarrassing the first 2 weeks, to all of a sudden, man, they just jumped on the Raiders like the Raiders were the Panthers. So anyway, but my point is that the Saints, basically were the opposite. The Saints, their first 2 games were like, what the heck is going on? When did Derek Carr become the MVP of the league? And then all of a sudden they play an Eagles team and, and they can't figure out how to score against them. So, the Panthers look terrible. And last week they show up. The Saints look great, and last week they don't show up. And then there, you've got teams like Jacksonville.
They look like the worst team in the league. Almost.
They do.
Yeah.
You have to wonder. It's about the coaching situation. At about this point, Cincinnati. And another team that, I talked last week about, wow, this is a great week to play Moss because they're going to control this game against the Commanders. And well, it turns out Moss had a decent game. But the rest of the Bengals didn't show up. And now, lo and behold, look who's playing this week. The Bengals are playing the Panthers. And then there are other teams where, what's going on with Cleveland? Oh my God, Bill.
Right.
I mean, Miami.
They look like they just showed up for training camp. Is basically
Miami,
what they look like.
Miami is. I mean, their quarterback again. Comparable to the Carolina situation, but kind of from the other extreme. Their quarterback's not that good. I mean, if you rated the starting quarterbacks in the NFL, from 1 to 32, you put Tua in the middle of that group. He's decent, but nothing special. And now he's out of the lineup, and it's like, well, this isn't fair because now we have to play without a quarterback. No. You just put in, you're only replacing, an average NFL quarterback. You should be able to do that, somewhat, decently. It doesn't make any sense to me that they could go from the highest scoring team in the league to a team that scored 3 points last week. I mean, I just don't get it. But again, my point is there are a lot of things that have happened so far that if they completely switch this week, if the Bengals all of a sudden look like a Super Bowl contender, if Miami all of a sudden put up 35 points this week, I wouldn't be totally surprised because I think they have the potential to do that. But man, there's no indication that this is about to happen. So yes, there are a lot of teams where I would just like to say, you know what, I'm going to throw out everything that I thought I knew about these guys and start over right now. But there are also other teams out there who I think we know a lot more about today than we did 3 weeks ago. And that helps us, with fantasy evaluations and any other evaluation we want to make.
Which one or two stick out to you the most? You're like, all right, I know more about this team than the rest of the NFL.
Well, I mean, the Steelers, for example,
right.
Our team that you thought going into the season, man, I just don't see it. I mean, they don't have Deontay Johnson anymore. They brought in Russell Wilson to be their quarterback. Seriously? I mean, is this because the coach, they talk about the coach and all the years he's had a winning record or whatever. Is this, going to be the crown jewel of when he makes the Hall of Fame? Well, yeah, remember 2024 when I got Russell Wilson back into the playoffs? I deserve to be in the Hall of Fame for that. I mean, there was just, they to me looked like, a bottom 5 to 8 team in the league, but man, never underestimate them. What? And there's been no surprise. Fields has played maybe better than people thought. I mean, I don't think he's played great by any means. They've had running back issues, but they're a machine. They play
regular football, don't they? Don't they just play old school, turn the ball?
Exactly.
Turn the clock back, the formula that wins you games.
And right. And, with your, you solidify your lines, you put pressure on the quarterback, you run the ball, you protect your quarterback. It just doesn't matter sometimes who your skill players are. And so, I don't think there's been any surprises. The fact that they're doing well, maybe the surprise. They play kind of a weak schedule, but the fact that the Steelers are playing the same kind of football that they've played for the last 10 years, I wouldn't have predicted it, but man, I would now. I mean, certainly the Jets are a team that you had to wonder. They've made some upgrades, but it all comes down to Rodgers, this 40-year-old guy coming off an Achilles injury. Is he going to be a got Is this going to be a disaster? And even the opening week, where at least he looked healthy, they got blown out basically that first game, but they look like, you would say at this point, man, this team is going to the playoffs, especially with Miami, kind of falling off the cliff. That they've now moved up to at least the number 2 spot in the East. and you would easily project them to make the playoffs at this point. So I would say, I'd say those two to me stand out as, I wanted to wait and see what these teams were going to offer this year. And now I think I know what they're going to offer. Minnesota, you would say is another one of these teams that seriously, they're going to play Sam Darnold at quarterback this year. Detroit looks like a great team. Green Bay looks like a real good team. Chicago looks like a team improving. I mean, you could have thought, I don't see how Minnesota escapes the cellar in that division that's gotten pretty strong. But man, they've, with Darnold, with the pass rush they have there, of course, with Jefferson, Aaron Jones there has done well. I'm no longer surprised.
Their defense
by how
too.
Well they're doing.
They had the defense too.
Yeah, like I said, if they were in a different division, you would say, well, this team's making the playoffs.
If they're in the NFC East, they would win that division, I think, maybe.
Well, and maybe the South, heck, the way the 49ers have gone, maybe even the West. But they're, like I said, I'm no longer surprised by how well they're playing. There are teams where I feel I have a better grip on now than I did before.
All right. So what I'm going to look for now is a team that potentially go on some momentum. Let's see if we can kind of figure that out as we go through the list. Let's rewind back to that Steeler game before we try to pick out an obvious fun game here at 1:00 because I want to talk about that a little bit, and that's out of our typical Western teams. This game at Indianapolis, and we talked about how Indianapolis can be a higher scoring environment. I'll say this. I think this game can get to the over, and I think that it does, Dave, because I think you have a great chance here because I've been dissecting as much as Mr. Richardson throws a nice, long, pretty ball. Boy, does he throw some ugly ones in the slants and across the middle here. So an anytime touchdown for the Steelers at 5-1 is definitely something I'm going to hit this week. And if there's any team that's going to get 2 touchdowns here in September on defense, it might as well be the same Steeler defense against Anthony Richardson at 65-1. I'll dabble in that as well. It's not like the Colts have a super crazy defense here either. I could see the Steelers in somewhat of a rout here and putting up a big number against Indianapolis. And I think they can definitely get some help from that defense. If that's the case, I think 39.5 probably is maybe a little low in this. You would think that this is a slug it out type of game. The Colts played one like that with Green Bay. That's all we've seen from the Steelers. But I think the Steelers defense is good enough to steal away points from the Colts and multiple scores as well. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think you make a very good point about the Steeler defense. I think that Pittsburgh is the type of team that takes advantage of limited.
They smell blood in the water, and they're sharks.
Exactly, young quarterbacks, that they can fool, and limited quarterbacks like this guy. I mean, this is a very, very tough matchup, maybe the toughest in the entire league for Richardson. Because, like you said, yes, he does throw a really nice 60-yard spiral that he completes once or twice a game. But in order to move, he's not a chain mover kind of quarterback. Taylor's been healthy and has done well running the ball. But for whatever reason, Richardson's not running the ball as much this year. Partly, I'm sure it's because the teams are spying on him and kind of taking that away from him. Others, another reason would be that, coming off an injury, season-ending injury last year, he's been schooled not to run as much and not to take on tacklers, even though that's his strength. I just think this is the type of quarterback that the Steelers have made a living on, forcing into mistakes. I think of all the teams playing this week, if you had to pick the one that's going to get the defensive score, I think you pinpointed it. Problem with the Steelers is, excuse me, offensively, you wonder what they're going to be able to do in this game because they've got. We know that Warren has been out. Will still be out this week. And then the question is, well, how's Harris? He left last week's game. He was last seen wearing his arm in a sling. And while they say he's been returning to practice, that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to play. Doesn't necessarily mean he's going to get back up after the first hit on him. Turf field, that can't be good for a sore shoulder. And if he's not at 100%, which he won't be 100%, but if he's not effective in this game and it turns into a game where the quarterback has to make the difference for Pittsburgh, well, that's dangerous too. Okay, we've seen that movie before. I mean, if this turns into which quarterback is going to, have the most passing success in this game, I take the defense on both parts. I mean, I just don't see, like I said, if Pittsburgh can play its style of game, in other words, if they go out to the first possession and they've stopped Richardson, the 3 and out and gotten the ball away, and the coaches look at the defense and say, guys, all day long, that we can do this to them all day long. And then the coach can go into his, well, yeah, I know we don't have Harris and we don't have Warren, but hey, let's open a new can of running backs. Let's hand the ball to Cordero Patterson, and
plus 330 for a Cordero Patterson touchdown. I'm looking at it now.
Right. And so it's, and just play conservatively. I mean, I can see this being a very low scoring game, even if the Steelers score a touchdown. And I know I wouldn't. I want no part of an over in this game.
Okay. I was going to say the baseline numbers because you're talking about the passing. Richardson is 183.5. Fields 177.5. 2 touchdowns for Fields is plus 3-2. I mean, we've seen Fields play good too at times. I would just trust him more than I would Richardson in this case. That's all.
I would as well, except if the difference is Richardson's number one priority is going to be handing the ball to Taylor, and that's going to open up some things for him. Eventually, you're going to fake it in there, and you're going to get one of your receivers running deep. It happens for him every game. With Pittsburgh, if their top 2 backs – now, I think they're expecting Harris to play, so I may be overstating his availability. But if their top 2 backs aren't in there, then you don't have to worry about that anymore. And now you can focus on, stopping, the quarterback from scrambling and from, stopping his passing. And that's not that hard to do when that's your focus. So, I wouldn't expect, a big game out of him. That said, that number on Richardson passing, I mean, that sounds a little ridiculous to me. I don't see any way he throws the ball for 185 yards. I mean, unless you count the 70-yard return by the Steelers toward that total, then maybe he gets there. But there's just no way, especially if he throws an interception early on, and the coaches realize, man, the only way we're going to lose this game is if we throw it away. Let's play Steeler football here. Let's be conservative because we think our defense is better than their offense anyway. So what are we doing throwing the ball away? So I think that there's no way he's going to throw for 185 yards.
Okay, another fun game that we'll look for at 1 o'clock. Let's see. Do I want to give you mine or do I want to predict yours? Let me predict what you. It's actually kind of, you can almost make a case for every under, to be honest. But I'll say that the fun game for you will be the Rams and the Bears.
That's a morning game, right?
Yes.
Oh, I thought, okay, we're talking about the morning game.
Yeah, 1 o'clock Eastern Standard. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. This is the West Coast Dave here.
Right.
When you talk about the afternoon game, the afternoon games mean the games out west. The morning games mean the
right.
Yeah, the Rams and the Bears is intriguing.
Well, the bad defense. But here's the thing. Here's what I'm thinking about this before you get into it. This is almost going to be my last chance for the Bears. Not that I've given them much of a chance. I've been proceeding with caution anyway, but I didn't like the effort when I took a chance on them in Indianapolis last week. Again, they're gonna get they're gonna be one of the benefit of the doubt teams here, and I'm gonna give the Rams with the benefit of the doubt on their end as well, just with the injuries and the coach being smart enough to be able to. Probably too low here. I'll double check the weather to make sure we're not going to get hurricaned on this. Is that it looks like it's going to trickle that way, and who knows where it's going to end up once it gets over to Tennessee Valley come Sunday. But if we have nice clear weather here, and I'll check it real quick while you're talking. I'll go over 40.5 for this game. Go ahead.
Well, I would agree with you there. I mean, it doesn't jump out at me as wow, this is going to be a back and forth shootout kind of game. But I do like the fact that, like you said, you can kind of count on the Rams to put up their 20 points or so, even without Kupp, even without Nakua. They find a way to get the ball to somebody else. And they're they should be able to run the ball effectively in this game, which I think they'll count on more with the receivers injured, because the Bears just aren't that good defensively. But what this game's going to come down to is, can the Bears put up points against the Rams? I'd say, I wouldn't say. I mean, it's pretty clear that Williams had by far his best game in last week. After two disappointing efforts or slow start or rookie, rookie debut, whatever you want to call it, the first 2 weeks, and now, will this be a factor or not a factor? I don't know. Maybe you're reading too much into this, but this is against the Rams. This is against, USC's hometown team. There's going to be a lot of people watching in LA this week who won't see a whole lot of Caleb Williams games this year. This one, this is his opportunity to put on a show for, his buddies back home, his USC teammates coming off their Big Ten effort on Saturday, get home and watch Caleb put on a show against their team. I think I feel a lot better about his chances of having that happen this week than I did last week, coming off two bad efforts. Good numbers last week. He didn't run the ball last week like I thought he would. Maybe that's because he had a lot of passing success. I think that, Keenan Allen, hasn't become a factor there yet. But he's found a way to, with his other two receivers and his tight end, threw a lot to his tight end last week. And they're not running the ball much at all, which is, another reason that you would think that this would be a higher scoring game as well. So I agree with you. I think that there are a lot of aspects of that game that just say, well, look, the Rams are going to score in the 20s. And the Bears last week looked like a team that they're going to give up the 20s as well as get into the 20s. I can see a 26-23 game here.
And I've used Tutu Atwell before. Became a fan of his early last season when he got a first touchdown score hit for me. I think that was the game in Cincinnati. But he's low here at 39.5 yards. I have to think he goes over that.
Well, the problem, he didn't get, last week, you would have thought that, man, they're throwing the ball a lot to this guy, considering they never threw to him the first couple of weeks. But then I'm looking at the stats, it was like, really? Yeah, he got 5 targets. That's all he got last week. That to me was discouraging. For as good a game as he seemed to play, for as good a game whereas, wow, they're really throwing to this guy a lot. Really, they didn't throw to him a lot, and that, I don't really know why. Will they throw more to him this week?
Well, he's a yak guy too, though. He's the little small guy who can run fast around and get away from you.
But if you're only throwing the ball to him 5 times, then I don't know.
Better plays on the board. I got
you. I'm not saying he's catching 5 passes. I'm saying if you throw the ball in 5 times and maybe he only catches 3 of them, then you need to average 15 yards a catch to get to your total there. I think the Rams are going to be much more about Williams this week, their own Williams. I think that he is by far the most likely guy to score a touchdown in this game. And I can see him putting up big numbers. If I had to pick a receiver from the Rams that I think could surprise, I've mentioned him before. He didn't necessarily come through. But in a game where they're going to feature their running game more than usual, and then play action off of it, I think that Parkinson is a guy. He's gotten his fair share of targets. I think that, like I said, in a play action kind of offense, I think he can sneak behind the linebackers and get some nice catches. Maybe you can get a touchdown himself. But I would take him, over the yardage total if I had to take any of the Bear receivers in this game.
Parkinson's plus 380 for a touchdown. Maybe on a greedy ticket, you can throw him on that.
And what is his yardage?
Let's see, 31.5.
Yeah, see, that's
a little more user friendly.
He's the kind of guy where he's getting, already getting 5 or 6 targets a game, and this is even counting, the earlier games when they were, they had Cup, catching 20 balls or whatever he did in the opening game. I just see that being the Rams game plan here is, we're going to run Williams, we're going to fake it to Williams, and while most teams fake it to the back and look deep, well, the Rams aren't, they don't really have that deep threat. That's not the way they play. They're going to fake it to Williams and let Parkinson get in behind the linebackers to a spot where they would normally throw it to Cup or throw it to Nakua, and throw it to him. Get your 8 or 10 yards, 5 or 6 times during the game. I can see him, with one broken tackle, going for 50 or 60 yards in this game. So, my plays in this game would be definitely Williams to score a touchdown. Heck, maybe even 2 if that really jacked up the price. But I would take Parkinson over his yardage total.
All right.
With Williams for DD.
He is minus 150, and his 2 touchdowns are plus 440.
That's a nice boost there. I think that he's, like I said, for a game that we kind of both agree is going to be a little on the higher scoring side. I just don't see the Rams. You get down by the goal line, and as much as you would like to say, well, they can throw the ball to Atwell, they can throw the ball to Robin. No, they kind of run the ball in, and their quarterback doesn't run the ball in. I think it's it's going to be every time they get down there, it's going to be Williams is going to be their primary ball carrier, ball toucher. And if they score 3 touchdowns in this game, which I think you could project, he's definitely going to get 1, and he quite possibly is going to get 2. So I don't know if on a non-greedy ticket, you lay the 150. On the greedy ticket, you take the 440.
All right. Okay. Well, we'll do it this week. We'll set up an early game ticket and a late game ticket. So we'll do the early game ticket. We'll throw Parkinson over 31.5, and we'll put Kyron Williams on there for 1 touchdown.
And
all right.
We're putting definitely Richardson on there at under 185.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So let's rewind back to that.
And we'll put Pittsburgh on the greedy ticket. We'll put Pittsburgh defense for the score. So,
right.
I mean.
Okay. And I'm jumping the gun a little bit because the Rams are indeed in our NFC West. So I'm getting ahead of myself
that's okay.
in that regard. Getting excited here in week 4.
2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, there you go. All right. So let me guess the next best game on the list.
Well, shouldn't be hard. There's only 1.
Okay. I mean, it's harder to me. I mean, I guess, the Houston injuries is what's concerning me. I guess it's the Saints and the Falcons or Panthers, Bengals.
What aren't the Vikings playing the Packers?
Yes, but both of these defenses are really good. That's what I'm worried about in this game.
Well, I mean, and both of these offenses have been good.
Plus 7 turnovers for the Packers.
To love.
Yeah.
It sure sounds like he's returning this week. Not that it's an ideal spot for him.
Right.
Have him on my fantasy team. I don't, even if they tell me he's going to play, not sure that I want to play.
He's
him.
listed right now at 240.5 for his passing.
And so, like I said, I think they think he said last week he was close to playing. He's been practicing. I think, this is the game they're looking forward to. This has become surprisingly kind of a big game early in the season. But the Vikings pass rush has been awfully good. Love coming off a knee injury. I don't really, he's not the greatest scrambler in the world anyway. I mean, he is mobile, but it's got to limit him some way. He's got to be a little gun shy, I would think, coming off an injury. I don't see him being, close to 100% in terms of production, which is to me the scary part about this game. I do think it's going to be a good game, and I do think Minnesota can put up points. I mean, Minnesota's got a nice thing going offensively, and on top of everything else, you've got the Aaron Jones return to Green Bay game. And Aaron Jones coming off a really good game last week. And even as much as Green Bay might say, well, gee, let's prevent him from having this happy homecoming, that can't be their priority. Your priority when you play the Vikings always has to be, let's deal with Jefferson. Let's roll our coverage to him. Let's know where he is at all times. Let's talk about Addison possibly coming back this week, which helps their passing game. As I said, you've got Darnold playing well, you've got Jones running well. And in Green Bay, you might think they're good defensively. I think they're very average defensively. You got a good weather early in the year in Green Bay. To me, everything says, kind of like the Rams-Bears game. I don't know which team doesn't score in the 20s here.
Okay, so a green light game. I like it. All right.
Yeah, I mean, again, this doesn't look like 35-31 to me. It could get there, but I mean, Love's situation makes it a bit of a question mark in my mind. But I just don't see. I don't see a defensive struggle breaking out here.
It's 43.5. The score I have in my mind, just to piss off all the overtakers at 1:00, is 22-21. Which is decent, which is a decent scoring game. But that's about what it sounds like it could be, honestly. Enough defense to keep it right there, right?
If it's 24-21, then it lands on the other side. So, and if both teams score in 20, it's going to go over that total. And I like I said, I don't see which team doesn't score in the 20s in this game. So, if I had to take one there, I would err on the overside.
Okay. We're going to throw Justin Jefferson on the ticket to score?
I don't know. I mean, I'd like to believe that there'll be more of an emphasis to get Jones in the end.
Right, there you go. So plus 120 for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's.
Yep.
But again, I'm not. I just don't. I mean, where we talked about before when Kyron Williams, to me, he's the obvious guy to score a touchdown in that Rams-Bears game. There is no obvious guy to me in this game. The Packers spread the ball around to their receivers. We're not sure about their quarterback. You know they're going to be all over Jefferson. You know Jones wants to have a big game. What does all of that mean? I don't know. It means probably a lot of these things are going to happen, but I don't know which one is most likely. So I'm not sure I would, I'd take anything in this game.
Okay. So leave it off the ticket. Let's pass on. And just you want to just take the over?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's not. There's got to be better. I mean, what I've found in our discussions in recent weeks is we're too greedy. We got too many things on the ticket.
Right.
And especially early on, where it's like, well, you know what? If I had to pick one, no, you don't have to pick one. And so let's leave it because later on, some way, somehow, there's going to be more stuff that you like.
Proceed discipline-wise. I got you. All right, I like it. Okay, I'm going to just nitpick some of these other games before we get to our candidates. Andy Dalton revenge game. I mean, you talk about Aaron Jones. I mean, doesn't Andy Dalton play with a little extra fire this week? The Bengals are literally, I think, a wounded animal coming into this, at least ego-wise overall. But I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I think we do still see a little bit better of a Carolina output because I think the Bengals defense isn't that good. They let Washington run through them like crazy. It's a nice field down there in Charlotte. Hurricane is well past them, and we do have good weather in the Bears and Packers scenario as well. But decent weather in Carolina, 47.5. I mean, I got to imagine Dalton puts up some points at home and Joe Burrow puts up some points on the road here. What your thoughts there?
Well, I can't believe Cincinnati could possibly lose this game.
I don't think anyone says that, but it can happen, I think, for sure.
Yes. I mean, after last week, their defense last week, oh, my God. Every time Washington had the ball, they marched right down and scored. It was like, you got to be kidding me. Here I am rooting for a good Bengals defensive effort so they can run the ball more, hand it to Moss, have a big game. They're down 7-0. Okay, the Bengals come back. They have a nice drive. They kick a field goal. Washington gets the ball back. Let's get a 3-and-out. Let's get the ball back and establish ourselves. They score again, 14-3. It's like, what is going on here? So I don't know quite what to expect from them defensively, but I think this is a game where I can't imagine this game's going to be a shootout. I mean, I think the two most likely guys to have a good game are, first off, Hubbard. You say what you want about the quarterback change. Quarterback certainly seemed to like him. He got 21 carries last week. Now, granted, it was a game where they were ahead the whole way, but then again, last time Cincinnati took the field, they were behind the whole game there as well. 21 carries, 5 touches, 5 targets. He seems to be Dalton's favorite. And in a game, if Carolina competes in this game, which I think we both think they can now, I would expect him to be very, very popular. in terms of the number of touches. And then let's get back to my guy Moss, who again, if Cincinnati is going to win this game, if they go in and the Carolina team shows up that we had come to love the first couple of weeks, then they can play conservatively. They can run the ball. What I liked about the game last week was, Moss had 12 carries, Brown had 7. Moss had 6 targets, Brown had 3. So it was 18-10 in terms of touches, which is good for Moss. And he got the touchdown in the game. So I think Cincinnati can win this game, in kind of a dominant fashion, not necessarily, by big numbers, but by the fact that they're the better team. They can slow down Carolina, and if they can, then we can get what I expected last week, which was a lot of ball control, a lot of touches for Moss. Anyway, my point here is I take both these running backs, to score a touchdown or to go over their rushing total, depending upon what the numbers were.
The rushing totals, just because I'm on the receiving side of things, you talked about the Chuba targets, and I like doing the running back receiving yards. He's at 17.5 for his receiving yards, which if he's getting 5 targets, that seems a little low.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that.
58.5 is his rushing yards. And I was high on Chuba. I asked you about him early on in our preseason. I was kind of because I was doing my homework watching Carolina Panthers preseason football, and Chuba was talking about how he was getting targeted more in practice. So that is actually something that's come up from the research here. Rushing prop wise, 58.5 for Chuba, 52.5 for Zach Moss, and for anytime touchdown, Moss is minus 110. Chuba Hubbard is even money. And I'll add to that, Dave, since we're talking about the Monday night game with Cincinnati, the Bengals here, by virtue of their loss on Monday, crowned me our local neighborhood establishment's survivor pool winner with my Buffalo Bills pick. And at $20 an entry of about 75 people or so, that paid off nicely.
Yeah, right. Well, I like both these running backs. I like every number you said there. I think I wasn't even thinking about the receiving total, but 17.5 yards on a quarterback who clearly looked to throw the ball to the back last week. Again, that's just a part of a move the chains, be competitive. We think we can win this game without going crazy and throwing the ball down the field.
Yeah, one catch you can get that the first quarter. You're done.
Right. That to me is a standout. That's 17.5. The rushing yards, the scoring touchdowns. I would. I guess I would stay away from the rushing yard totals and just expect each one of them. To me, they're certainly Hubbard, more than Moss. But if Cincinnati's going to win this game, they're going to have to score touchdowns. I think they both got a good chance to score a touchdown. So, I think Hubbard is something we definitely want on the non-greedy ticket, and maybe we consider Hubbard for a TV at even money and Moss for a TV at minus 110 on more of the second ticket.
Okay. If we stop right here with our ticket that we have, Parkinson over 31.5 receiving yards for the Rams, and for you listeners out there, if you don't know who he plays for, Kyron Williams minus 150 for a touchdown, Anthony Richardson minus 180. I'm sorry, under 183.5 passing yards, and Chuba Hubbard over 17.5 receiving yards. That ticket will pay just over 10-1 if you want your ultimate non-greedy ticket.
And we're just rolling.
All right. Now we can start to get greedy a little bit here at one. Okay. or we'll add to this non-greedily, see where we can go. All right. So not a super shootout there. I'll say this on the survivor factor as well. I'm leaning on the Jets here for my pick this week. Maybe there's a more obvious one out there like the 49ers, but I'm not so sure I trust that game. We'll get to that game later. But back-to-back on the East Coast here for Denver. They got off to the hot start. I think I was able to carry them through. I'll just kind of cross my fingers and hope that's not the case with Aaron Rodgers and the Jets here. At the end of the day, it's Aaron Rodgers against Bo Nix. Let's not get super crazy beyond that. And another player that I like, I can see the emergence. I've talked about this earlier. And what's happened to our tight ends in fantasy football. They have completely disintegrated. But from the ashes will rise one Tyler Conklin here for the Jets, as he seems to be a nice target for Rodgers. So I'm going to take the Jets in survivor pool at least, and probably give me some Conklin props on this game as well. This is our cast of characters with Denver and the Jets killing two birds with one stone again for the most part, but that's fine. Dave, how do you see this game going?
Yeah, no, I agree with what you said there, especially when you're playing Denver. I mean, Denver's got the best cover corner in the league.
Yes, there's Surtain and Garrett Wilson.
Right.
Yes. Yep.
And so you throw him on Garrett Wilson, and it's going to make it very difficult for Wilson to do much in this game. That shouldn't faze Rodgers a bit. You know, he spreads the ball around with the best of them. And like you said, he's found himself a tight end there that he likes. And so
25 and a half for his receiving yards as well.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I think that's, on a game where you can project Wilson not going to get the number of targets, not going to get the number of yards he would normally get in the game. Well, who's going to get those? You would expect an extra throw or two to Conklin, who's already getting thrown to 5 or 6 times. I think he's a very good play. What's intriguing about Denver is, I like Nix, not in this matchup, mind you, but he's kind of gotten thrown, into the fire. We talked about the opening game.
This will make him better down the road.
Right. This opening game, you played at Seattle already. They come home, they play some Pittsburgh's defense. Now they got to go play the Jets on the road. I mean, it's not the ideal way that you would say, okay, I got a rookie quarterback, and here's, we're going to go play in Seattle the first game. Oh, by the way, here come the Steelers. Oh, by the way, let's go to New York and play the Jets. I mean, that's a recipe for disaster. But you know what? He's standing. He's spreading the ball around. They're kind of establishing, I think, the fact that they're going to be a pretty good offensive team, before too long. And a key to that is I've been waiting for Denver, a running back to emerge there. It was supposed to be Williams a couple years ago. He never really did much. Last year they brought in, I can't think of the guy's name, some McPherson or something, more of a pass catcher, that maybe he was going to be the guy that took over, and they were both disappointing, and yet they both came back this year, and they were going to be the top 2 guys. And now all of a sudden last week, this new guy, Bidet, shows up. And it's like, well, who is he? And why is he all of a sudden getting a majority of the carries there? Is this going to be the guy that develops into this long lost running back there in Denver that they've been looking for? I read a couple stories about him. They sound very similar to what they were saying about Williams 2 years ago. Oh, this is the next great thing. Yeah, you know what? I've learned now we'll have to see it to believe it. But it's worth watching this guy, especially from a fantasy standpoint. You're looking for a sleeper running back. If this Bidet guy becomes Denver's primary running back, kind of like, Zamir White with the Raiders, not a great team. You're not going to get a lot of great opportunities, but if they're feeding him the ball 15 to 18 times, 3-4 weeks from now, This is going to be a kind of a guy who could help you down the road. Again, I'm not saying that he's going to have a big game this week, but I'm curious to see, will he get the carries again?
Plus 950 for a touchdown.
Well, again, I would not recommend touching him this week. I just still have no idea whether he could get 2 carries this week. And last week, a complete aberration. The writers in Denver seem to think that this guy's going to get a real good opportunity. If he does if he does get 10 carries this week in a game that they're probably going to lose, then that to me is going to be a buy sign moving forward. But anyway, keep your eye on him. Stash him now in fantasy if you can. I did look up to see, can this guy catch the ball at all? And I looked at his college career, caught 126 passes.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so
where did he go to college?
Season, mind you. Good question.
I'll look it up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't remember where. But he, he's, I want to say Troy, something like that. Anyway, point is that he's a guy to keep an eye on from a fantasy perspective. That it looks like he's going to be able to catch passes.
Missouri, he went to.
Play for Missouri.
Yep.
Okay, and they probably played Troy.
Early September.
So keep an eye on this guy. Let's keep an eye on his how many touches he gets this week, because he could be. We're all looking for
the next gold mine
for that running back to come on. Help us out kind of out of nowhere, partway in the season. Maybe it's not going well for your fantasy team. You could use a boost from somebody. You never know where it's going to come from. Here's a guy that could turn into nothing, but also could turn into something, and worth watching.
All right. Let's see here. Actually, this could be a sneaky higher scoring game. You said something that I was thinking of last week. I missed Aaron Rodgers and how he's able to spread the ball around to so many different guys. Because when he was on Green Bay, I had so many winners on just, you could take Aaron Jones for a touchdown. You could take Devontae Adams for 2 touchdowns. You could take Valdez-Scantling for a touchdown. So that being said, and you talked about Mr. Nix here being better. Let's face it, it's not like the Jets defense has been exactly blowing the doors out of the water either. So 39.5, sneaky potential for this to be a higher scoring game.
No, I can't go there.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know, which Jets defense you've been watching, but they are my fantasy defense. And
okay. I'm probably watching the wrong one.
They've done pretty well, for me. So I got no complaints there.
Okay.
This will be the worst. This is a tough game for, I mentioned this about Nick. It doesn't get much tougher than this for a rookie quarterback. You would expect him, to have a complete disaster in this game. But, he's stood up to some tough challenges so far. That just means that, he won't be a total disaster. I would project him to have even average stats in this game. So let's go with Conklin over his yardage total and add that to our ticket.
25.5. And how high will you go with Conklin potentially on an alt number? Let's see. Are we getting alt numbers here with him? And just receptions right now. Nothing with the yardage.
I wouldn't get carried away.
All right. Let's not get cute.
Like we said, what? You mentioned this about Rodgers, and it's shocking the number of NFL quarterbacks who can't swing the ball out effectively to their back. And nobody's better at that than Rodgers.
Right.
I mean, you see him swing the ball out to the back, or maybe it's a wide receiver in motion or something, and he's throwing the ball to him. He hits the guy in stride, and it gives him the momentum running him toward the line. It's easier to catch. How many times are we going to see, it's 4th and 2, and they fake it into the line, they swing it to the back, and it's thrown behind the guy. He loses his stride. Now the linebacker catches up to him if he hasn't already dropped it, and he tackles him. And it's like, you just threw the ball 10 yards. You couldn't throw it accurately, and it just makes you appreciate the fact that someone like Rodgers has perfected this pass. Man, we must have seen it 200 times to Aaron Jones over the years, but now he's got a real good pass catcher too. So it seems like a remedial skill, but man, nobody does it better than him.
For my own personal greedy needs, and we've used Breece Hall, for receptions back in week 1, where I thought I lowballed it to a one-off number for a loss on a ticket. But at 5+ receptions, he's plus 104. I wouldn't be afraid just to be a Jets snob on a ticket by itself, throwing the Conklin, maybe a Breece Hall, 5 catches. And then Mike Williams, he's doing a little bit better every week as well. He's just 30.5 for his. So I could throw him in on yardage if I wanted to get all Jets crazy. And really, people out there, if you really want to be Jets snobby, we talked about Rodgers throwing the ball around a lot. I mean, you're really getting low numbers on all these guys at the end of the day. Lazard's 31.5, Williams 30.5, Breece Hall's 30.5. The problem with all of this, Dave, is perhaps if the Jets get up big time here at halftime, you just might see the running game come dominant here in the second half, and let's just get out of here with a win.
Yes, but they also, when you have Rodgers, you trust the quarterback to throw a short pass, even if you're ahead 24-3. It's the start of the fourth quarter. You don't need to throw another pass. You run it up the middle for 3. You run it up the middle for 3. And then most teams would run it up the middle one more time.
Right.
Big deal if we don't get there, we'll punt it away. A Rodgers quarterback team fakes that ball into the line, swings it to the back. He's got it 5 yards. He stayed in bounds, moved the chains. And so this is where you get that extra couple of receptions for the back. It's Conklin this time who he faked into the line. He threw it, through his little 5-yard hook pattern too. And so even when you turn conservative late in the game, there's going to be those 4 or 5 passes that are thrown, and they're not going to be thrown down the field, to Wilson somewhere down the field. They're going to be thrown to the back. They're going to be thrown to Conklin. This is why what makes those two guys in particular, to me, appealing is that in their score proof. They could play conservatively and still throw the ball to these guys. Whereas the outside receivers, if they're playing conservatively, they're probably not throwing to them. So that's why I'd much rather go with, I put Conklin number 1 on the list this year. In this game. But I can also see Hall having a nice game here, especially if Denver can score some points and keep New York, in a bit of a passing mode.
All right, let me throw one more game. But the Jets are a good survivor pick at the end of the day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'll throw one more 1:00 game before we get to one more early game before we get to the later games. Depending on what time zone you are tuning in to this broadcast. I think the wrong team is favored in Tampa Bay. I'm going to give the Buccaneers a complete mulligan last week, dealing with some injury issues. Maybe they got punched in the mouth right off the bat, never able to recover. Baker did get hit a bunch of times, I think sacked 7 times. And the Eagles played decently on defense last week, shutting down the Saints team, who's been high-powered. But the injuries for the Eagles are concerning, and I'm going to think Tampa Bay is a better team at home here and take them to win this game over Philadelphia. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that, to me, there's a lock. The top play of the morning, I would say, is in this game. And that is, last week I identified 2 stats, one of which proved to be correct, one of which was the ultimate bad beat. I'm surprised you haven't even mentioned it yet. But
the Patrick Mahomes kneel down yards.
Patrick Mahomes rushing yards.
I was going to get
we
to
also
that.
talked about, Pitts going
Right.
over his total because Kansas City gave up a lot of passes to tight ends. Well, the Tampa Bay so far has allowed 3 games now, 27 rushes to quarterbacks, 3 touchdowns. Now, you've got Philadelphia here who's got the best, arguably the best rushing quarterback.
Right.
And Philadelphia's got no receivers.
Right.
We got Smith and Brown both injured. And so, what are they going to do? I'll tell you what they're going to do is they're going to unleash their quarterback. And he's going to run the ball like crazy this week. I'm going to guess. I mean, again, the quarterbacks are averaging 9 rushes per game against Tampa. This guy's going to go over 10 rushes easily in this game, which is going to put, and if they get down to the 1 yard line, he's going to be their number 1 choice sneaking it in. You might get the cheap one, and that way, even regardless of how many times he touches the ball. I mean, he's a lock to score a touchdown in this game. He's a very strong play, in my opinion, to score twice in this game because they're not going to do it through the air. And yes, they have Barkley, but in some ways that helps Hurts fake it to him and go around the end and get his yardage, get his TD. And so I'm not saying Philly's going to win this game because I think it's going to be a very competitive game. But I can tell you one thing about this game is that this game is all about Hurts, and he's got to put up monster numbers here. He has to realize it. He's got to go into this game thinking, all right, you know what? I'm putting on my running back shoulder pads for this one because I'm going to be very busy running the ball. I just think he's going to be your MVP of the week in terms of when all said and done.
I like it.
12 rushes for 93 yards and 3 touchdowns. And even if they lose, in a 24-21 loss. I mean, again, I'm not trying to predict winning or losing. I'm trying to predict who's going to be the star of this game, star of all the games in the morning, and my pick would be Hurts.
I'm going to be the star of the game, Dave, when it's all said and done with my super, super, super greedy ticket of 2 Steeler defensive touchdowns and 3 Jalen Hurts rushing touchdowns. At the time of this interview, all props off the board. How about that?
Wow.
Well, yeah. I'm sure. Well, the bookmakers know what you know. They know this is they can't put the numbers high enough or don't want to put them out as long and get pounded on Jalen Hurts.
I mean, yeah, they have to. They have to get a feel for.
Yeah.
Is Brown coming back?
Right.
Is Smith going to play this week? I mean, almost for sure Smith's going to be out with this concussion. The question is whether Brown's coming back. It doesn't sound like it. He hasn't been practicing. And yeah, that changes everything. I mean, how can you put up a number on Hurts passing yards when you're staring at, top receivers just became Dotson, who's been pretty terrible so far there. He threw 11 passes last week to Goddard.
Right. Yep.
And you would expect the same. In fact, if their receivers are out, I'd be curious to see what Gainwell's receiving numbers are because Barkley does catch passes, but in the passing situations, the 3rd and 12 where you take Barkley off the field, you put Gainwell in the game. Again, you got Hurts looking to his left. There's Dotson, can't get open. He's looking to his right. He doesn't even recognize that guy. And there's Goddard. Okay, but yeah, we've already thrown 8 passes to him, so they kind of know that's coming. Let's just swing it out here to Gainwell. He's a good pass catcher, and let him, get his 8 yards before we punt. And you do that 3 times, and you're over his passing number. So he would be someone who I would look at in terms of receptions or receiving yards. But this is all about Hurts. He's got to be on our main ticket. His 2 TDs have to be on a greedy ticket, and on your super greedy, super G, 3 touchdowns. I wouldn't put it past them.
With the Steelers, 2 defensive touchdowns. Man, that'd be a huge payout. That'd be great. Even just for 50 cents. Okay, it's any other props at 1 o'clock? The 2 games we didn't talk about. Anything stick out prop wise? You want to hit on those?
Well, to me, the one other thing, the one other guy that I'd like to mention is Akers.
Right, Cam Akers. Okay.
If Jacksonville doesn't show again, which is
highly likely, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, better than.
Oh well, we might have a fired coach soon. That could be Peterson. To be honest, I meant to kind of bring that up, but if this keeps it up, he won't last long.
Exactly. And man, not that they're going to fire him. I wouldn't want to be the Bengals coach right now either. If they lose this week against Carolina, their season's over, and you got to wonder what what they're going to do there with their coach. Anyway, I wouldn't want to be the Miami coach right now either. The way that thing's going. Anyway, I digress. So if Jacksonville doesn't show up again this week, quite possible. And Houston's got injuries to their passing game.
Yes.
Dell has been out with a chest injury. Collins has a hamstring.
Both the other running backs are out already. Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
I'm not a big Akers fan. I've been waiting for Pierce to come back. If Pierce were playing in this game, I'd be all over him. He'd be the only competition for Hurts for MVP of the morning games. But he's not. He's not ready to go yet. So Akers, but Akers had a nice, got this opportunity last week. He got 9 rushes and no other back got more than 1. So he's going to be the guy. He's going to get touches. He catches the ball. And if this is a game where they jump out 14-0, and they turn into a conservative mode, you could be looking at a guy with 15 to 18 carries, and easily going upward of 60 yards, easily scoring a touchdown. I think he's a guy you want in your fantasy lineup this week, he's. I think to me, the most logical guy in this entire game to put up numbers that are better than what are projected.
All right. He's minus 120 for a touchdown in this game. Do you want to throw him on our 1 o'clock non-greedy ticket?
What's he for rushing yards?
He is for rushing yards off the board.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'd rather take him over the rushing yards. But if that appears, but sure, I think he's got a really good chance to score a touchdown in this game.
All right. So our 1 o'clock ticket would be Parkinson over 31.5 receiving yards, Kyron Williams anytime touchdown, Anthony Richardson under 183.5 passing, Chuba Hubbard over 17.5 receiving, Tyler Conklin over 25.5 receiving. And if we do a Cam Akers touchdown, we're getting 37-1 on the money.
And well, you didn't include Hurts 1.
No, I did not yet. But if we add Hurts to
oh yeah, right.
Figure that will take us to 60 to 1.
He's not on the board. Yeah, that's why.
We'll be about 60 to 1 at the end of the day with him.
We're only at the end of the morning.
Yes. All right, later games. I don't know. You know more about the injury situation in San Francisco, so I'm going to learn about this from you at the time of this recorded interview on a Friday before kickoff here on this NFL Week 4 Sunday. The Patriots, I'm going to give them a little bit of a mulligan, and they are a bad team. They're not a good team, but they are a little feisty still, and I think they're going up against a chainsaw in the Jets. I just don't think they stand a chance on that short week, even though it was a short week for the Jets as well. It was the whole Aaron Rodgers, once again, homecoming type of dealio. The team can go 2-1. Everything was going against the Patriots, including their bad game plan of dropping Jacoby Brissett back nonstop. I think we'll see them run the ball more, attempt to run the ball more this week. You're going to fill me in on these San Francisco injuries, but even if Brock Purdy's a little banged up playing and we don't have Kittles again, and if Debo's out, and who knows when McCaffrey's coming back, but Mason's been doing fine. My favorite play would be more of an under game and 40.5, but 10.5 seems like a lot of points here. So go ahead and tell me why the 49ers are going to blow out the Patriots.
Well, it's for the same reason the Jets did. I mean, I think the 49ers are good enough defensively against a very weak New England offense to basically set the tone in this game that, you know what, this team is not going to score 13 points against us. So why are we even throwing the ball? Let's play conservatively. Let's, Debo's been practicing.
Okay.
Kittle's been practicing. But so I would expect that both are going to play, but it's almost like, well, gee, why are we risking it? Let's play them each half the game. We don't really need them this week. Spread the ball around among the others. Obviously, Jennings has come in and helped us last week. Let's throw him a couple of balls this week just to keep him interested again. Let's run the ball a lot with Mason, maybe even use Garendo, whatever his name is, their backup running back a little bit more. I think that this is almost a bye. I mean, this is a scrimmage. They 49ers should be able to name the score here, but I don't. That's not to say it's going to be 38-3, but I can see a similar game to what unfolded in the Jets game. They get a nice lead, 10-0. It's 13-3 at halftime. It ends up being 23 to 10 or something. So yeah, I don't see a high scoring game here. I can see the game being under that total. But from a fantasy standpoint or projecting, excuse me, big numbers, I don't see where the big numbers come from in this game. So I'm taking a total pass on that.
All right, total pass on this one. And most of the numbers are off the board, actually, on both sides.
Well,
here.
understandable because you've got two key injuries. But in this case, I think they're playing. In the Philly case, I'm pretty sure they're not.
I do have touchdown scoring props for Samuel and Kittle. So you would think, like you said, is pointing in that right direction. All right. So under the best play in that game, 40.5. How about that?
Yeah, but
better plays on the board.
Yeah.
Nothing prop wise, nothing fun to put on a ticket here.
We got bigger fish to fry.
We got bigger fish to fry. That could happen in Arizona. We saw the Commanders offense lighted up in Cincinnati. We both like the quarterback, and man, he did make some really nice throws. He did. So I think even with a bad Cincinnati defense, I mean, he was pinpoint accuracy. And that was a great last touchdown and a good gutsy play call as well. That deep McLaurin touchdown pass. And the coverage was good on that play as well. But that was the type of pass that was all pro to win the game, basically, in Cincinnati for the Commanders. The Cardinals we wanted a full green light game last week. I probably thought it was a little bit, but I kind of said it as well. Man, why won't I be surprised if it's 7-0 Detroit in the second quarter? This game started off fast and then really fizzled out once Detroit seized control over Arizona, and they go on to the 20-10 win. 50.5 is a big number here for an Arizona team that I'm not sure I can fully trust at the end of the day to put up those kind of points, but it's not like the Commanders are anything special to write home about on defense as well, although Burrow is a good quarterback. But Baker did good against them. The Giants the Giants just can't get touchdowns. It's amazing how many field goals that team kicks. So I don't know if they can get to 50.5 here, but I think we can probably find a play or two in it. I'd be skeptical to get that high of an over. But I think the Commanders may be catching a little too many points, 3.5. So what do you think in this?
Yeah, I mean, this to me is the highest scoring game that we've talked about so far. In fact, might be the highest scoring game of the whole day. I think that you would talk about a fun game to watch with the two quarterbacks, two very exciting quarterbacks, and I think that Arizona, they can be hot and cold offensively, but I think Washington's defense tends to make the other team hot on offense.
Right.
And if Arizona's scoring points, I think Washington could match them. So I agree with you that this should be a very close game and also a very high scoring game. That total is through the roof. But Washington's given up a lot of yardage, a lot of TDs to wide receivers. And here they're going up against one of the best. And then, you got Arizona with McBride, who's been injured, or had a concussion. He may be out of the equation, which means even more balls for Harrison. I think that Harrison is a very strong play to score a touchdown here. He's a greedy ticket, 2-touchdown guy. And as a guy who I think would be the most logical guy to score. On the other side with Eckler, definitely out of this game. And so now you got a Washington team that really only has one running back. Well, of course, the quarterback's kind of a running back, but, has only one back who's going to get the carries, going to catch the swing passes. I think that, Robinson here is the most logical guy from Washington, to put up decent numbers. So in a high scoring game, while you would look at the quarterbacks and kind of expect them to do some special things, I would go with Harrison and I would go with Robinson in this game as my picks for the guys with the biggest production.
Both of them are flat, even money, plus 100 to score one touchdown each. And for 2 touchdowns, you think they would be the same number for that, but they aren't. Robinson, the favorite at plus 600, Harrison at plus 700 for him for 2 touchdowns. I agree. I like both of those players as well. It's just one of those games, again, like the 22-21 Packers and Vikings game. Why can't I see this being something like 26-24? Half a point under, pissing off everyone watching the late games. Let's see. Anything else in this one? How about the quarterback? He impressing you?
I mean, like I said, you would expect there's going to be some highlights from this game where you've got, especially on Arizona's end, you've got this running quarterback, against a weak defense. I wish it were the other way around. I wish it were Washington playing against the weak defense because I have more trust in their quarterback, to run the ball like crazy, to put up big numbers. And so I think that both of them are going to have their moments. But like I said, Harrison had even, for a touchdown, that's wrong. I mean, that he's got to be like a minus 250 in this game. I mean, this team, Washington, like I said, has given up 9 touchdowns in 3 games to wide receivers, and Arizona only has one wide receiver who scores touchdowns. They throw him the ball all the time. It's going to be a high-scoring game. Hurts and Harrison to score touchdowns this week are my, lock 1 and lock 2.
On the super non-green, on the super all the way around ticket. I should start that. So Hurts and Harrison on the 1+4+ Knights.
Right, but you can't get
Yep.
a line yet.
Yeah, right.
Hurts.
We'll have to wait for that. Let me just throw a couple other things out at this game. Zach Ertz has been great for Washington so far this season. He's low at 29.5. Here's our boy Noah Brown, who is just only out in Houston because they have so many good receivers. They probably wish they had him now, maybe, with some of the injuries stacking up. But 26.5 for Noah Brown. Luke McCaffrey, 20.5. Those are all low ball numbers. And again, the Arizona Cardinals defense may be a little bit better than we suspected, but they were still picked preseason to be amongst the worst. So if you think Washington can get off on their offensive props wise, this is a higher scoring game. Jaden Daniels just 215.5 for his baseline passing yards.
Well,
so all those numbers are low to me.
Well, you mentioned Noah Brown, and he's definitely someone on my radar. He might be someone in fantasy to pick up right now and stash him because this could be his breakout week, in which case, he's going to be like Jawan Jennings, or where you've waited a week too long. Somebody else is going to get him on waivers. Take a chance and go get him right now, because he's gone from a guy who had no targets in the first game of the season to just 3 targets each of the last 2 weeks, but he's trending upward. He only played 13 snaps last week. But again, I see him trending upward. This could be a guy this week, instead of getting 3 targets, is going to get 6 targets, catch 5 of them for 80 yards and a touchdown. And then next week, like I said, people are going to be clamoring at the waiver wire. Oh, I got to get Noah Brown. Well, you know what? You should have gotten him last week. So I don't know that, I think that he would be, I would project him to go over his yardage total this week. But like I said, what concerns me is he only played 13 snaps last week. So how much, and he only got 3 targets. How much is he a part of that offense right now, or are we kind of jumping the gun on him? I'm going to stick with the two surer things in this game, as I said, the Harrison and the Robinson touchdowns.
All right, to go on my list of disappearing tight ends, we'll throw Travis Kelce on there as well. What a fall from glory, as he was potentially a number 1 draft pick in the fantasy last year, right? But the Chiefs -7 against Dave Del Grande's worst 2-0 team in the history of football, the Los Angeles Chargers. The Chiefs laying the big number on the road, 39.5 here. We know the game the Chargers are going to bring out, and I think we even know the game the Chiefs are going to bring out, to be honest as well. To me, I don't know if this is a stay away or I just don't want nothing to do with this whatsoever. Why do I see this going under 39.5 at a non-exciting 4:25 p.m. game? Maybe you'll give me some sort of optimism for this to be a higher scoring game. I just somehow don't see it. And the Chiefs, this has been a controversy across the nation. Maybe you can tell me your stance. There's the perception that the Chiefs get all of the referee penalty calls in the universe. Maybe you can touch on that a bit. But I'm going to look at better plays overall in this. Maybe you can enlighten me onto something here. And maybe I'll find something as I dive through the menu while you're talking as well. But overall, I'm not super overly excited about this Chiefs-Chargers game. Your thoughts on that?
No, I agree with you. It is kind of shocking how little they've been using Kelce so far. I don't think that's going to continue. I think that he's still an elite tight end. I think they'll still find ways of using him more. But that to me is just an indication that Mahomes has finally found his receiver. The number of times he's been throwing the ball to Rice We kind of saw that emerging last year. And this year, oh my goodness, if the fantasy draft were held over again, he might be a first round pick. I mean, he's up there now with some of these big boys. It turned out in my matchup last week, where I was trailing, more than I wanted to be, going to the last game in terms of the other guy already finished his roster, and I only had one guy left, and it was Rice in the night game. And man, by the end of the first drive, I thought, oh my God, I got this. I mean, he threw 4 passes to him, and he had another big game. He's become the Tyreek Hill, where Tyreek Hill was on that team 3-4 years ago. He's not as dynamic in terms of, runs these deep patterns, but man, he's catching balls, he's gaining yards, he's scoring touchdowns that have been going to Kelsey the last couple of years. So imagine if they can get them both going. I don't see that necessarily having to happen in this game because the Chargers are very, very limited on offense. And you got the quarterback who's injured. I mean, he sounds like he's going to play. I'm surprised they're putting any numbers up on this game, given that Herbert, re-injured his ankle last week. I can see them pulling the plug on him pretty early.
Right. He's not – I got Mahomes listed, but I don't have Herbert. So, yeah.
I can see them pulling the plug on him early in this game if he plays at all. And that changes everything. I mean, if he's not playing, then Kansas City can really go into a conservative mode and win this game really easily. And now you're looking at a really ugly 20-3 game
right.
that you have no interest in watching. And so I will say, though, that, again, the interest, we talked last week about how, for whatever reason, the Chiefs are giving up a lot of passing yards to tight ends. And the Chargers have a sneaky tight end in Disley,
right?
Who's predictably, given how the Chargers play, predictably getting more and more throws each week. And if the starting quarterback's out of there and the backup comes in and he's throwing more balls to the tight end, he could be a real sneaky, easy winner on a over 18.5 yards or whatever they're going to put up on him. That to me would, when that line pops, if it hasn't already.
It hasn't already. Nope.
Yeah. That I keep an eye on that because I think that in a game where the Chargers might not gain 150 total yards, I can easily see him catching 6 balls for 30. Even with the backup quarterback in there. And like I said, I mean, we talked about this last week. I hate Pitts. I hated taking, projecting big numbers for him as tight end last week against Kansas City. And he didn't have didn't catch 9 balls or whatever. But caught one big one, went over his numbers in that game as he was projected to do. And so it's almost like an automatic. You got to look at the tight end against Kansas City. But here we got a team that actually likes to throw the ball to the tight end, and yet their tight end is an unknown. And so that's great. That is the ultimate. I can project something that not a lot of other people are going to be able to see, and that is, the Chargers tight end Disley. Is going to have a better game this week. He's going to be your sneaky afternoon ticket casher. Keep an eye on him. You want him on your ticket.
We'll have to put him next to Hurts on the. We'll have to put him on the Hurts on the to be determined tickets.
Right, and then unless they do something crazy like put 50 yards on him or something. But like I said, if the way I see it, they're going to put 18.5 yards on him, and it's oh my goodness, they're giving money away there.
All right, I don't think I can get super excited about this game either. But when I talk about giving teams a little bit of a mulligan on the first 3 weeks, I'm going to somehow try to throw the Browns into that category. I do it with a bad taste in my mouth because maybe this Deshaun Watson new legal stuff maybe is a distraction to him. I know he came out this week as well and said that he's not a running back or something like that. Whatever that paraphrase is for his usage trying to score the ball. So that being said, I think Cleveland is probably more deserving of being a favorite in this game over Vegas. I know Vegas had a little bit of that fluky win out there at Baltimore. But again, I'm not so sure Baltimore's. We can talk about that game in a second with Baltimore and Buffalo because it has potential to be a really good game here. But I'm going to give Cleveland the benefit of the doubt from what I've seen so far. I'm going to hope Mr. Watson flips the switch on a little bit here. Maybe a little bit of a quarterback controversy in Vegas as well now, as they're talking about O'Connell potentially coming in. But Minshew is the one I do have listed for their props right now. And Deshaun Watson, I mean, if you saw what Andy Dalton did last week, Deshaun Watson is just at 201.5 for his passing yards. If you can't think that he can't put up something like Andy Dalton can, or at least, half of that, then he should be able to go over 201.5, I would think. But give me the Browns here, maybe what will be an uglier winning game as well. But a needed win for Cleveland at the end of the day. Your thoughts on that?
Wow, this has to be the ugliest game of the week.
Right.
I mean, I have no interest. I mean, you've got two teams that have been very disappointing. And yes, likely one of them is going to turn it around this week. You would think that would be Cleveland, a bigger game for them. I mean, they need to start winning games if they're really going to challenge for a playoff spot. I think the Raiders already realized they're not making it there. The big concern about the Raiders was talk about, some of the players mailing it in last week and who was the coach talking about. And I hope he's not talking about Devontae Adams, but he could very well be talking about him. And rightfully so. I mean, Devontae Adams made a huge mistake joining this team. He used to be a superstar receiver. Now he's a nobody. If they would put O'Connell in there, then maybe they could, resurrect a deeper passing game and get him more involved. But they're resisting doing that. They're keeping Minshew in there. I'm not sure why. Obviously he's got more mobility, and Browns have a nice pass rush. So maybe for this week, it makes more sense to keep him in there. But now all of a sudden, Adams hasn't been practicing because of a hamstring. And I just wonder if he's had enough there. And if he, if this is contagious at all, it could be a really bad team, a real bad thing for a really bad team already. But I think we'll learn a lot more about that this week. This has to be a bounce back week for the Raiders after the ultimate embarrassment last week. And if they can't bounce back against this team that's been really struggling, then we might be looking at a really bad season. So I'm not sure what to expect. Like I said, I can't imagine the Raiders bouncing back big time here. Like you said, probably half the team thinks the wrong guy's quarterbacking, and it's not the type of situation where you would think, all right, well, they're going to bounce back because they're playing a really bad defensive team. No, they're playing a real good defensive team. It's going to be hard to score points anyway this week. So I'm going to completely sit this one out and see what transpires, because I have really no idea what's going to happen.
Well, we have potential here. So if you wanted it to go straight bet wise and take the unders in those three games, the Raiders, Browns, Chargers, Chiefs, 49ers, Patriots, you'll go at least 2-1, right?
You would think so. I mean, all three of those games.
And a good chance to hit the 3-game parlay.
Well, yeah. I mean, will all three of them be low-scoring game? You would think there'd be something fluky about one of them that's going to send it over. But to separate them, to say, okay, you know what, I'll try to hit 2 out of 3 here, and pocket a little something. I think that's, I think that has a good chance of hitting.
The Browns and the Raiders set the record for opening kickoff returns for touchdowns to go over the total. 46.5. That seems low to me. I feel like the Baltimore Ravens are naturally an over team, to be honest. Mainly because you said it. They have athletes. They can give up some points. Their offense can give their defense some points as well. And I think Buffalo can play almost any style that they want. Buffalo might be the best team in football to me right now overall. And we reserve judgment on them from the preseason. At least I did. Maybe you're down on them or you wanted to see them prove it without the receivers. But I've seen enough of them to where I like what I see with Buffalo. I like my man Shakir as well as a preseason pick that I drew up. And I think Buffalo has a chance to win this game on the road. At minimum, I think it's high scoring and a fun game. You share the same?
Yeah, I think what's interesting is something we talked about in the preseason that I think is going to be a trend in the NFL. And I didn't recognize it as possibly impacting the Bills, but maybe it is. And that is this move away from high-priced wide receivers.
Right.
Why are we spending big bucks on wide receivers when there are so many good young ones and there's so many more coming out in college year after year that we don't need to keep Diggs around? Davis, not that he was making a whole lot of money, but veteran receivers who command bigger bucks than younger receivers. Some of them command a whole lot more money than younger receivers. And why don't we just take that money and spread it around the rest of the roster quietly? Bring in an extra offensive lineman, bring in an extra defensive lineman, bring in an extra defensive back with the money that we're saving, and make us, quietly make us a better, stronger team all the way around, and still be able to put some younger, underpriced receivers out there that can do things for us. We'll play a tight end, a couple of tight ends who, will catch more passes. I think if that was the plan going in with Buffalo, it's certainly working. And it certainly could be a blueprint for other teams because this team is really rolling on offense somehow, some way. And Baltimore's been surprisingly bad on defense. It's kind of shocking to me how bad they've been on defense. And there's a good statistical matchup in this game where Baltimore has allowed 23 catches to tight ends so far. I mean, basically 8 tight end catches a game against Baltimore. And here's Buffalo, who likes to throw the ball to the tight end. Kincaid last week got, with just 5 targets last week, but, turned one of them into a touchdown. He seems to be and I agree with you. This should be a higher scoring game. And if so, I'm short of the quarterback scoring a TD, which is, got to be the favorite in this game. I would look for Kincaid to have a big game here as my, my number one choice for, putting in a fantasy lineup if you haven't already had him in there, or, looking for him to exceed, production numbers.
We have Kincaid for a touchdown at plus 230. And real quick before I get to his receiving numbers, if you put him on the ticket with Harrison Jr. and Brian Robinson Jr., you're getting 12-1 now just for those 3 guys. So that's tasty. You could probably even just throw Hurts on there too as a 1 o'clock ringer to juice that up if you're that confident in Hurts. But his receiving numbers are let's see here.
33.5.
38.5 for Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they're allowing not that it's all one guy, but allowing 8 catches a game by tight ends. And if this guy catches 5 passes, which you would certainly project,
plus 140 for that.
Right, you're talking about 7 yards a catch, basically 7-8 yards a catch. I like him. I'd look for him to score a touchdown, although I do like the yardage numbers.
Okay, all right. So potential fun game there. And the last game on the board for us, Detroit and Seattle, which will be a good Monday night game, a part of a doubleheader. No need to talk about Tennessee and Miami, really, unless you got a prop to throw out for that. This early in the stage.
That game is, to me, what's going to be interesting in that game is to see who quarterbacks for Miami. Because I really expect Huntley to take over at quarterback in that game. And I'm curious to see, he's got to be better than the other 2 guys.
Right.
I mean, he might be significantly better. He might be the guy, the legitimate NFL backup guy who could get this thing going again. Because this should be a fun game to watch. And Miami's defense is typically bad. So you would think Tennessee.
36.5, see over under. That's low.
That's because of the quarterback situation. Now, if Boyle starts, I can understand where you would think, well, there's no way Miami's scoring 14 points. I seriously doubt, the other guy's going to start. I mean, the guy that got injured last week,
Thompson. Yep.
Thompson, right? I mean, he's looked terrible, and I think it's a blessing that he got injured, and that gives him an excuse not to play him. If they go with Boyle, I'll forget anything that I said. But if they go with Huntley, to me, it's going to be interesting. And if they put that number out with him at quarterback, I think they're making a big mistake because Miami still has the firepower to put up a lot of points. Home game, generally pretty bad team that they're playing, and they're giving up a lot of points. And Tennessee's offense, can be pretty productive. As long as Miami's scoring, Tennessee is going to score. So if Huntley plays, I would expect that game to be a lot more higher scoring than if Boyle plays.
Okay.
But we gotta wait. We gotta wait for that.
Yeah, potential low hanging fruit then with that over under.
Yeah, and then you talk about Seattle and Detroit. Detroit has been. I don't know. I mean, I expected them to be better, but maybe I've overrated them slightly. I mean, Detroit played a lot of close games last year. As they were stepping up from the year before, games that they used to lose, they were now winning, but they weren't winning handily necessarily. Right. They were close games, and you would think, okay, well, the next step for them is to start winning these games more handily, which hasn't happened yet. But I think that's testimony to the parity in the league. I mean, you look at the games that they've played, and you know what? I mean, every game that they've played, you would think, I wouldn't expect them to blow out Tampa Bay. I wouldn't expect them to blow out anybody if they've played so far, and that's consistent with this week too.
Right?
Is that they should win this game, but what about Seattle says we can't compete with Detroit on the road, if I'm not mistaken. They beat Detroit last year, and I want to say that might even have been at Detroit. And Seattle's similar to what they've been in the past. So again, you got an opponent similar to Tampa Bay, where it'd be no shock if this team went in and beat Detroit. At the same time, is Detroit going to start taking this step forward? They can't blame injuries. I mean, they've had some. Laporta, not 100%. But they got both their running backs healthy. They got St. Brown healthy. They've been getting, production until last week. Excuse me, out of Jamison Williams. Their quarterback is healthy. So they should be firing on all cylinders. I would expect this game to be on the higher scoring side. Again, just because Detroit has become that kind of team. Detroit has the potential to score a lot of points. Last week, you mentioned the Arizona game. On the road, they seem to take their foot off the pedal in that game a little bit. They seem to think that they had that game won, which of course they did. And I just don't see that happening this week. I think Seattle is a good team. Seattle's got firepower. They might even get their running back this week. Even if they don't, Charbonnet's been fine. The wideouts are healthy. The quarterback's healthy. I can see both teams scoring in the 20s in this game. I think there's going to be some nice numbers put up in this game, but Detroit spreads those numbers around. Seattle spreads those numbers around. I'm not quite sure where I'd say, this is the, as opposed to some of these other games where we're talking about Harrison, we're talking about Hurts, where you can identify that one guy where this is going to be the guy who's featured. I don't know who that guy is in this game. So for a high-scoring game, I'm not convinced that there's going to be a real player of the week, type of performance here.
All right, 46.5 the total in that game. I think at least an entertaining Monday night game as well, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's competitive. I think it's high-scoring, in the sense of both teams in the 20s. I can see it getting to that
24-21 Detroit, just to stay under the over-under total. And not cover to 3.5. Right.
I'll go with 27-21 just to defy you in both things.
All right. Fantasy gold mines out there this week. Anyone else you might be looking at on the waiver wire or suggesting for people out there in need? Anything popping off to you?
Well, I mean, just some of the things that I didn't mention.
Right.
One in particular where I would, I put a star by his name this week, and that is Hopkins from Tennessee. I mean, he started the season with an injury. They thought originally he wasn't going to be able to play in the opener, maybe even a couple of weeks, veteran player injured in camp, but he has been playing. He has been limited, been on a snap count. But he just seems to be working his way up on a Tennessee team that we've talked about should be better offensively this year once they get rolling. With him and Ridley, both catching passes. You got a quarterback now who seems to be pretty good. This should be a higher scoring team. But Hopkins hasn't been a part of that yet, and Ridley's not really a number one receiver. He's a great number two. Hopkins is a really good number one, and I think this week, probably for the first time. Now Hopkins had a nice game last week. It was kind of a buy sign to me. He had 7 targets. He scored a touchdown. This week they're playing a weak defensive team. He should be healthier. He should be a bigger part of it. If Miami, hopefully, is able to counter with points, probably with Huntley in their quarterback, then I think Tennessee can counter with points too. I can easily see Hopkins having a big game here in terms of number of catches, in terms of yards, and probably being Tennessee's most likely guy to score a touchdown since their running game is so bad. So he's someone who I would definitely want somewhere, because I think you can make a case for his number of catches being over the number, whatever it is. He's not a big yardage guy, But if he's going to catch 9 or 10 passes, then that's going to put him over 80 yards, which is going to be higher than his number. And then to me, the TD, he could even go on a greedy 2 TD ticket. So he, that would be a an at-large selection, that I would add to a ticket.
There's a category turnovers, and then I have one other category that I use, which is obnoxious turnovers, which are the turnovers of the worst kind where the team just does something stupid to shoot themselves in the foot. And I think Tennessee leads the league in that, is what I've seen so far. They move the ball great between the 20s, and then next thing you know, the quarterback's throwing it into a defensive player's helmet or something like that.
But you don't get better opportunities than playing Miami
defense. Yeah, right. And so we'll go ahead and put
what are his numbers?
They're off the board, but we'll put Hopkins on the watch list on that of all the players that are off the board right now.
Both for catches and for TDs, even multiple TDs. If his receiving yard is still is down because his average total for this year is low. If it's in the 60s, then it's too low. I'd love to see his 6 catches, 60 yards, as his baseline numbers there, because he's going to go over both of them.
All right, so come Sunday, we'll go ahead and add to our 12-1 ticket paying already of touchdowns for Kincaid, Harrison Jr., and Robinson Jr. We'll throw on the Hopkins as the 4th and make that the a little bit better payout at the end of the day. Okay, Dave, anything else sticking out to you for week 3?
No,
week 4?
We've, as usual,
hit the gamut.
Come up with a 2 pages worth of of recommendations there. So now the hard part. Now the sorting through them, figuring out what's non-greedy, what's greedy, and what's super greedy. But that's your domain.
We're ever evolving in these super greedy tickets, especially this week with 2 touchdowns, Steelers defense, 3 touchdowns, Jalen Hurts. When it comes on the board, we'll have to anticipate that. All right, Dave, have a good weekend, man. Enjoy the games, and we'll talk to you for week 5.
Absolutely.
Quick break. We will be right back after this.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better.
Family-owned and operated, CP Shucker's Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering offering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Microphones up on this Sunday morning, just after 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Nephew Dave, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
And just like the Cleveland Browns, the first 3 weeks for us, a little rusty, running a little late. No technical issues. We'll knock on wood on that one for sure. One brief mic down for about 45 seconds. It's not the end of the world there. But just like the Cleveland Browns, as they will today in Vegas, Nephew Dave, we are coming out in dominant fashion, right on time, just after 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and not running against kickoff Sunday as we have in Week 1 and Week 2, improved in Week 3. Here we are in midseason form in Week 4. This is the round robin. I am Stephen Murray. Nephew Dave alongside now. This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network, deependbroadcasting.com, YouTube channel, Deep End, like a pool, DEEPEND, 757 Broadcasting on the YouTube. Click subscribe. Also on the Twitter, at DeepEnd757. And this is your Sunday morning full slate NFL wagering breakdown here live on the Round Robin as we are your early entertainment on a Sunday. Get your knowledge in and get ready to turn your $10 into hundreds or thousands of dollars this afternoon, David, with the prop bets and alternate lines and whatever other fun we can come up with. Sound like a plan? Today, we'll deliver that to the new viewers out there. So that's the gist of our show. And at this time, what we like to do is go over Survivor Pool. This is usually our Survivor Pool slot. But the dealio is, Dave, is some pools are over with, down to a couple of people. In one case for me, we have a chop on the table, and we're playing for the remainder of the pot. Good to go with the Bills, as the Bengals were my golden nugget, and every week of the 3 weeks Survivor lasted, losing to New England. The pass interference penalty that kept me alive with Kansas City in week 2, and then the great flail of week 3 where everyone's Survivor team basically lost, unless you took a little bit of a risk, in which I took Buffalo, which ended up being the easiest one of the week by far. Thus, we have a payout. But Dave, we're down to just a handful of people in many Survivor pools.
Yep.
So what are your thoughts on that already?
Steve, it seems to be the trend almost every year like that. You get all amped up for Survivor and the contest never makes it past week 6 or so. Some of them do, but figure a lot of them, they're short. So I'm alive in 3 still as well. Big week this week in some of my picks. I got by with Dallas on Thursday night in one of them. So we'll see what the other 2 do.
All right, let's go through the list. Let's see what we can get on. In fact, before we do that, David, it is NHL preseason, right?
Yes, it is.
So what does that mean? That means season 3 of what the puck is going on. And just like in week 1, or year one. We're going to go back to Monday nights to start the week off. We feel like after moving the show around to a couple of different spots last year, that at the end of the day, you know what? You get some good Monday morning, afternoon drive home traffic. In fact, a lot of people need to rely on Monday, to be honest, to make up for their Sundays that they lose in football, Dave. And the NHL is a good way to do that here coming up. Right?
Absolutely.
So what the puck is going on, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, starting a week from tomorrow, which would be, I believe, October the 6th, right?
I believe so. A lot of interesting stuff to get to in that regard, too. So definitely looking forward to what the puck is going on.
I mean, do you have any up and down teams you want to just mention real quick?
Well, we talked a little bit about it. I'm thinking look out for the Nashville Predators in the Central. I feel like they're the team that improved the most. Colorado, maybe not taking a step back. That's the Avalanche, but just kind of staying right where they are. Loads of talent, but no major improvements there. Same could be said with Dallas, even saying that they maybe have taken a step back. So we talk a lot about the Central on the show, the last couple years. So figure there's going to be a little bit of drama there, Steve.
All right. So what the puck is going on a week from Monday. All right. Survivor pool. Let's take a look at that. List of candidates for today, Dave. Everyone's favorite Survivor pool candidate, the Cincinnati Bengals at the Carolina Panthers today. Obviously, that's a where everyone was fading the Carolina Panthers 2 weeks ago. I don't think that's the case today, correct?
I'm not so sure about that one at all.
All right, the next game on the board, the Broncos and the Jets. And the Jets are my Survivor pick for the week, Dave. I got 3 different pools. I'm in, actually 4 different pools I'm live in. And 2 on the DraftKings website. And 1 is a popular one in the northeastern United States, I shall say. And the other one would be, well, I guess that's it. I think I just have 3 left. Oh, yeah. The remainder of the pot with our local pub here.
Right.
Still playing for some money. We took a chop. We're going to play for the rest of the pot, but we still made a nice payout. At least both of us, me and Miss Kelly. I'll give her credit too. She's a Buffalo fan apparently as well. So we'll give her props, both of us with the Bills last week. And you know what? It costs money to run this facility, David.
It is.
So a chop out was an easy decision with the amount of money that we got paid, plus what's remaining in the pot. We'll have fun with that, and we'll try to take home one of these bigger ones as well. But at least we can say we cashed one Survivor. We're still alive in some other big ones that we can get our hopes up for here coming this week. So I will use the Jets as my actual Survivor pick today, and it's plain and simple. At the end of the day, when you have the old tail of the tape listed on the screen, it is Bo Nix against Aaron Rodgers. Right. So give me Aaron Rodgers in this week 4 scenario at home. The Jets are 7.5 point favorites, 39.5, the over-under with that. So Jets for Survivor for me. Your thoughts on that?
So yeah, Steve, I went and double-checked. I lied. I'm only alive in 2. Getting by with Dallas Thursday. And, Steve, I'm right there with you. I took the Jets in my other pool this week as well.
Oh, so you had Dallas Thursday already?
Yeah, I had Dallas Thursday already, so we're through with that one. And we're going to take the Jets against the Broncos. We'll get into that game for sure with the numbers and all that. But I think it could be a little bit of a sweat, though. 7.5 Broncos, could make that interesting.
The Cowboys, I think, one of those untrustworthy teams at the moment as well.
Get them out.
So it feels good to get them out of the way, especially if injuries were to pile up on them. Then they'd really be in an interesting scenario, like it has for most of these teams already. The good news is we have a lot of players back. I'll get that up in a second. But let's see. Saints and Falcons is a pass, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Vikings, Packers, pass. tempted to take Houston. The injuries concern me. I think Jacksonville's an automatic fade at the moment. But the Texans, something's not quite right with them either.
Right.
To be honest. 29-27 winners week 1 looks good. They have some points. Here we go. We're flying. Kind of sputter along and beat the Bears, and then getting completely thumped against Minnesota. I do have a ticket on the Texans to be the highest scoring team of the season. That is not the case right now, although it helps when teams like the Saints get limited to 12 points. That kind of gets you back into the hunt, you feel like, unless you're Houston, where you only get 7 yourself. So they're kind of fighting a little bit of an uphill battle to me. Jacksonville is, I think at the end of the day, they're still a bad team, but they're capable of winning, right? They're not going to go 0-6, 0-16, 0-17 as it is now with the expanded schedule. But just something tells me stay away. I initially had Houston as my pick, but the injuries, again, concern me. So I'm going to run from the hills from this.
Yes. So, Steve, again, it's one of those things I feel like Houston Texans, have all the business in the world winning this game. They should win this game. But at the same time, Jacksonville still looking for a win. As you mentioned, they're going to win at some point. Do they catch a wounded team here in the Texans and take advantage of that? It is a divisional matchup, and you never know what can happen in those games. Is Jacksonville really that bad? I'm still not so sure, even though, yes, they have not won yet. As Steve mentioned, certainly capable of winning. Divisional matchup, there's no way I'd go on this one. Even though all things point to the Texans, you could just be one of those fluke weeks that we have been seeing.
So I would take a look at potentially Pittsburgh and Indianapolis. If you feel like you could use the Steelers and maybe want to get them out of the way. Maybe I'm making this sound easier than what it looks like, but this is a short line for Pittsburgh. So they're not saying much. Here's the thing. Watching Anthony Richardson just throw the ball, like in that game specifically last week, I mean, he really does have some errant throws. He really does. And against the Steelers defense, that has to be a recipe for disaster in my mind today. And I could actually see the Steelers offense kind of getting it going inside the dome. Maybe Pickens even has a big game. Fields could potentially even have a big game here today. The Steelers growing on me week to week. And I've been a kind of a Steeler backer the last few years, and it's hard to say that as a Patriots fan, but I'm always really trying to give every team a chance every week. And the Steelers have just endeared me here in recent seasons, and they've done so nicely cashing tickets. The one thing they haven't done is be an over team at all. They've been a complete under team for the last 2 or 3 years. Still with me following them over that span and dissecting how we should gamble them. But today, I feel like they could just have the Colts overmatched to me. I do like the Colts coach, but I do like Tomlin as much as he gets. I mean, he really does hold that ship together.
Right.
So I would actually trust Pittsburgh if you wanted to have an oddball pick today. I love Pittsburgh in the game. We'll talk about it more coming up. I love a defensive touchdown potentially in that game, and you're getting a big price at 2 touchdowns for the Steelers defense. I mean, you get a couple errant Anthony Richardson picks, maybe a sack of TJ Watt strip fumble. I could see it happening. And if that's the case, maybe the Steelers do get over the total today. But I would look at them for survivor potentially. Your thoughts there?
Yeah, Steve, I could see it. They're a team that's starting to be a bit trustworthy over there. Maybe they're starting to get things together a little bit more offensively. And we know that their defense is probably top tier at this moment as well. So Colts maybe in a bit of a tough spot. It is at home, but I would trust the Steelers defense a lot more than I would that Colts football team.
Rams, Bears, no survivor for me.
No.
Eagles, Bucks, no survivor for me.
No, and I don't think that should be a pretty good game. I think you want to stay away from that altogether.
And the thing is, if you've used Tampa against Washington, let's say you got by that week. I had them in one. Did I used to have them in Washington? I think that's the one I had them at. Then they played Detroit, and then it was the ugly loss last week to Denver, where a lot of people got thumped with Tampa Bay. They were one of the teams people had. Pass for me if I was in any kind of pool with those teams. A lot of people are going to be on San Fran, Dave.
They are. Yeah, you got to come to expect that one.
That's why I think you just can't take them in case this is the kind of deal where you win a pool if somehow the Patriots pull off the upset.
Right.
To be honest, right?
Absolutely, because they're going to be all over them, and
chances are they get by. But would you rather kind of cut against the grain and find someone like the Jets?
And at 10.5, the Patriots, they at least make you grind for it and work for it. They don't just lay over. So, funnier things could happen.
10.5, 41.5, San Fran and the Patriots. No survivor for me, but I guarantee you a lot of people will tell you otherwise. I'll say that. Arizona and Washington. Nothing for me there.
No.
Kansas City and the Chargers. Nothing for me there. I don't know. Would you use Kansas City?
I think that you could, but if you can get by one more week, I think there will be better spots to use them. Again, that's another divisional game. Chargers didn't look great last week, that's for sure. Up against that heavy Steelers defense we just talked about. So probably another loss for the Chargers. It's survivor. You want to get by week to week, but if you can somehow hold off, I would save Kansas City for the next week or two. I think it would benefit.
Cleveland and the Raiders. With everything that I've heard, now Cleveland hasn't earned this right. I'll say this. I would consider them for survivor if you think Las Vegas is starting to go into some sort of a tank mode with sitting Crosby and Devontae Adams today. This has flipped completely from the Raiders being a 1.5-point favorite now to the Browns all the way up to a 2.5-point favorite. So all the money's coming in on Cleveland, that is scary in itself. And probably reason enough not to use that as survivor. But I guess if you wanted to get a weird team out of the way, like the Browns, you could. But here's the deal. My philosophy is simple, Dave. There's just so many people left in survivor. Just try to use the good teams at this point.
Right.
And then but it should hopefully weed itself out until you get to a circumstance like this in week 12 where you're like, okay, the best play on the board is the Browns and the Raiders. So no play for me there, correct?
Correct.
Nothing with the Bills, Ravens.
Nope.
Titans and Dolphins. I can't get on board with that.
I don't like either of them for that.
I would make a case for Detroit a little bit at home. They do have a hard first place schedule. They do have a tough division. When are you going to use Detroit? At the end of the day, too, when you got to look at their schedule. Let's see. I'll look it up. But could you buy Detroit on Seattle's schedule, Dave? Or on Seattle's to beat Seattle?
Yeah, I think you could at home. Seattle has been nice to start off the year, so I don't think that they just hand it to them. The Lions are going to have to work for that one, I think.
Well, they do have the Jaguars in November 17th.
Right.
If you think it's going to go that long.
You could make a case for it. I would think that a couple of the teams that we talked about would be a better look just because of Seattle's start. But Detroit is certainly capable of winning this game.
They have the Titans at home October 27th as well.
Yeah, so definitely spots if you can get them there.
And then they'll also play the Colts really later on if you still have them in that circumstance. Okay, so my pick for today is the Jets. You're at home with the Cowboys, and you'll have the Jets as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then no one's going to hold it over your head if you take San Fran unless they lose. that is, and potentially Pittsburgh. So kind of a lighter board, tougher schedule of games. Okay.
Yeah, yep.
Injured players today include Austin Eckler, right? He's out for you guys.
Yep.
David Njoku is out.
Which is really killing me in fantasy, Steve. My God, can he get healthy?
Michael Mayer, Devontae Adams out. Max Crosby, not officially out, but he could be. We'll see if we can figure that out. Let's see who else. Antoine Winfield for the Bucks. We talked about him last week. Devontae Smith for the Eagles. AJ Brown out. I saw that as well. Tank Dell out. Damian Pierce out. Cooper Kupp out. All right, and we'll get through some more throughout the morning as well. We'll see if the Ant-Man pipes in. He's in his cocoon. If he can wither on out of there, maybe we get a little bit better injury report as well. But let's go through the games, Dave. This is what we do best. We'll attempt to find the best bets on the board for every game. We'll put together some tickets, and we'll try to cash some small investments into some big dollar payouts. All right, first game on the board is the Bengals and the Panthers. The Bengals is -5.5 for a line, over under 47.5. This is the obvious Andy Dalton revenge game, where the Red Rocket comes out here and plays Joe Burrow, old school against new school, and maybe a right to claim to being the best Bengals quarterback ever if Andy Dalton can win this game today against Joe Burrow in Charlotte, North Carolina. Humidity an issue, but 47.5 just seems low. Obviously, both of these teams can stink it up. They showed that in the first few weeks. I'm going to be optimistic with the points. I'm going to be optimistic that this is that kind of a shootout, Dave. I already have one ticket going where I have Andy Dalton with 3 touchdown passes. I matched him with Stroud and Josh Allen. All right, I did that kind of earlier in the week. A little bit more concerning with the Texans' injuries at this point on that front. But at plus 560, Andy Dalton for 3 touchdowns is a good payout. He's plus 132 for 2 if you want 2 touchdowns. If you want to string out like 4 quarterbacks to get 2 touchdowns each, Dalton would be a good one to put on that list. I think Burrow has the same type of success as well through the air. This could be your good old-fashioned gunslinging shootout for sure with these quarterbacks. But Burrow minus 158 for 2. For 3, he's at plus 255. So I like all those numbers. Give me a higher scoring game here. If Carolina wins this game, am I going to be shocked? Not exactly. I don't think I will be. Outright upset pays 2-1 right now for Carolina. I mean, if you're looking for the craziness of the NFL to continue, why not the resurgence of the Carolina Panthers from the depths of despair, only to be headed by Andy Dalton, taking them to the top of the mountain of the NFC South by the end of the season. So a fun game, Dave, potentially. I'm intrigued by it. Give me a higher scoring game. What do you think?
I could certainly see that, Steve. Bengals defense has shown nothing. Real bad defense over there at the moment. Andy Dalton kind of bringing some life back to Carolina. I think we do see some points. I think we've got some room there. And I took a Chuba Hubbard anytime touchdown today as well.
Dave Del Grande loves him.
I think there's some room for props with him too, rushing. Maybe if you can find on the book like a rushing and receiving total, kind of use him like that, because he's going to get some opportunities. And I feel like he will, maybe have a couple catches as well. So get the rushing yards and receiving yards to help you get to a number. I think that's totally possible here, Steve.
60 yards is plus 165 if you want to combine the rushing and receiving. 50 yards is, I'm sorry, this is Chase Brown. Well, Chase Brown, because he has a chance to do this too, to be honest.
Absolutely.
In the same regard. Plus 105 for 50 yards for him. Chuba is minus 400 for 50 yards or more combined rushing and receiving. 70 plus yards for the two, minus 170. 100 yards combined is plus 180. I think I'm going to keep it simple, Dave. He's just 16 and a half for his receiving yards over under.
Right.
I think that's the straight play, fair game one. And then if you want to get exotic, plus 176, and I'll play this myself. Chuba Hubbard, 25 yards receiving or more at plus 176. So I like that. His touchdown, like you said, is a good chance for that. Plus 120 there for 2 touchdowns. He is at plus 750. Other touchdown scorers, since everyone can do it today, maybe. Deontay Johnson plus 170. Jamar Chase, even money, plus 100. Zach Moss, minus 105. T. Higgins, plus 185. I can't say it. They said it Monday night. I was impressed they were saying it. Io Ice of this is the way I'll say it for now. Plus 260, the Harvard kid. Gesicki, 3-1. Anthony said something about Tommy Tremble on Friday when we were talking, plus 440. Because Andy Dalton could be throwing it to the tight ends.
Right.
So Tommy Tremble comes into play there on that note. Receiving yards wise, that would be a good one to look at, receiving yards, if you can get them on Tremble. I don't see. Yeah, I do. 22 and a half. Tommy Tremble receiving yards. Even Mingo seems low at 30 and a half. These are all guys you could give a chance to with Andy Dalton now at the helm.
Absolutely.
Just kind of changing things around there. But give me a higher scoring game overall. Anything else you have on this?
No, Steve. I think, like you said, would we be shocked if Carolina pulls it out? Cincinnati just not playing good football right now. We shall see.
All right, so Trimble, you could throw on your crazy 2 touchdown scorer list if you want to today. We'll go ahead and build a ticket for that just to have some fun. But the Tommy Trimble 2 touchdowns or more pays 41 to 1 today. And we'll throw that on there just for the heck of it. Chase Brown, 20 to 1 is pretty good too, to be honest. I'm going to go ahead and throw that on the same ticket. And we'll make this a round robin where they can mix and match. T. Higgins, 14 to 1. Deontay Johnson, 13 to 1. Chuba Hubbard, 7 plus 750, all for 2 touchdowns. Let's see. Chuba for 3 would be a weird, interesting one as well. 44 to 1 for that. All right. Next game on the board. The Jets and the Broncos. My old Aaron Rodgers tale of the tape against the Bo Nix, the rookie. Good Jets defense. The Jets lay 7.5, over under 39.5. I think this is simple. The Jets just win this game fairly handily, something like 31 to 10. I won't doubt if this game goes over the total because Rodgers can make it that way. Spreading the ball around. He has plenty of playmakers. It will be Surtain against Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson plus 165 for a touchdown on the best cover corner in the league, and Patrick Surtain Jr. For the Broncos. But I'll just trust Aaron Rodgers at home to win this game. Do I want to move it to an alt line? I guess I probably can at the end of the day if I'm going to be that confident in it. To throw out the alt line number, just so we have it, if you think this is going to be just a Jets smash fest, picking on the rookie quarterback. Minus 19.5 is plus 340. So that'd be winning the game by 20 points or more. Denver on the outright upset is plus 330. Say if Denver crept it into overtime and they were to somehow steal this with a touchdown and win by 6 points, plus 630 for Denver. But I think at the end of the day, the Jets are too much. I don't think I want any piece of this for the most part. Dave, I'm going to look at some Tyler Conklin props, Brees Hall props, and probably just some of these Jets receivers who have low numbers. I kind of get greedy with this a little bit. Mike Williams is only 28.5 yards. You have a Braylon Allen sighting too. Maybe he gets involved. But if you take Williams and maybe Conklin, both for 40 yards receiving or more, you're going to get paid pretty good at the end of the day. Brees Hall can throw it in there too for 40 yards. Nice, simple Jets same game parlay if you want to with the receivers, I think. So what do you think about this game overall?
Steve, well, I'm gonna differ with you just a little bit. Seeing what we saw out of Denver last week, defense actually playing pretty well there. 7.5 is a number for them. I think that hook right there gives you a chance. Jets win by a touchdown probably.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That would be great right there, and I think it's possible. I think that Denver makes them work for it. The Jets have everything they need there to win this game, so it should be their game. But again, as I say with the Patriots, I feel like the Broncos are the same way, where they're gonna at least make them earn it, Steve. So some work to be done there. I think the Broncos try and keep it close. The Jets win by a touchdown. And I tell you what I did here is I took a Braylon Allen anytime touchdown. Pretty good number there for him at where is it? Plus 180. So I'm going to go with that. I know they have Brees Hall there. But Braylon Allen, when he gets his touches, he does he does make a case, to get the ball more. So we'll go with Braylon Allen. Nice number there, plus 180. Other than that, Steve, I think you're on there with the Jets receivers. But again, Jets by a touchdown.
All right. Let's see here. We got some fun numbers here for touchdown scores. Brees Hall minus 150. As a favorite. Garrett plus 165. Your boy Braylon Allen. You talked about him. Lazard plus 260. Mike Williams plus 270. Javonte Williams plus 300. Cortland Sutton plus 320. Bo Nix plus 370. Conklin at plus 470. And for two scores, Brees is at plus 340. Garrett Wilson 12-1. Braylon Allen 16-1, Mike Williams 23-1, Bo Nix 30-1, Cortland Sutton 32-1, Javonte Williams 25-1, Tyler Conklin. We'll throw him just because we have some obscure guys going on this weirdo ticket. We'll throw Tyler Conklin on there at 55-1 for the Green Bay tight end, who's a new favorite target of Aaron Rodgers, to get 2 touchdowns today. If you throw him on with Trimble and Brown, Chase Brown. And now we're only hoping Trimble or Brown get the 2 touchdowns. But if they both get it, super bonus, because we're going to build these guys along. But just for an example, 25 cents for those 3 guys, Trimble, Chase Brown, and Tyler Conklin. 25 cents pays $6,200 for those guys to have 2 each. How about that?
Hey, I mean, you got to hope does some business over there. The other 2,
well, he's got someone throwing him the ball, so it just gives him the chance.
Right. The other 2, you could actually make a pretty decent case for, I think.
Let's see here. Anything else? The lower receiver numbers are just interesting to me. Aaron Rodgers does spread it out, but all it takes is one big gain each by these guys, and they're going to get over their totals. So maybe take a chance there. So Dave likes a little bit closer scoring of the game. I'm not going to be surprised if the Jets blow them out. But for the most part, spread game-wise, total-wise, I'm going to stay away from that. And we'll take the Jet props here for the most part. All right, next game on the board. Will be The Saints and the Falcons, Dave, from the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. They call it the stadium, although it is a dome. It's still called the stadium, if you did not know that. -2.5, 40.5 for the Falcons, the home favorite here against the Saints. Let me just, this is a weird one for me.
Yeah, it is.
So let me start with you. I'll throw you on the spot real quick about this one.
Steve, I was looking around a little bit last night, and this is a game that I really didn't look at a whole lot. I think if we wanted to do something here, we could make a case for the total. It's at 41.5.
I think it's low. There's a chance you could get some big. This could be the highest scoring game of the day, to be honest.
Right. Well, we hope so, Steve. My only.
Or it could be 20-17.
Yeah, my problem with that is we've got Kirk Cousins there on the other side of the ball, right. And I'll tell you what,
and Derek Carr. There you go.
I'm not happy with that guy right now. Last week we could have cashed 2 tickets, Steve, but just one more point. The Falcons are in the red zone twice, and they can't do it. And there's just classic Kirk Cousins just screwing the whole 2 tickets. It would have been a nice night, but. Nope, there goes Atlanta to spoil that. So maybe if we're talking like that, we'll just go with the Saints pound job to kind of fade the Falcons here. But maybe we want to pump the brakes on that. This is a divisional game. Steve, I think we have.
In the same regard, where's Derek Carr really? Is he really this good quarterback now after – really week 1 and 2, then kind of flailing a little bit here in week 3, back to reality? Isn't this like...
Is this the matchup that you want to hang some like props on when you got these 2 guys who might not get it to them?
I feel like this is like a 5-year-old kid who takes a empty 2-liter of soda, puts gasoline in it, sticks a rag at the end of the 2-liter, and is holding the lighter in his hand before he decides to run away before he lights it.
Steve, maybe you have some
that kind of game
touchdown scores here. Oh, man, it's going to take some looking around to get into this one.
I'll start with the receiving yards first. Pitts, 36.5. London, 58.5. Bijan, 26.5. Darnell Mooney, 40.5. He's the one I'm going to be over. We tried to give him one chance last week after having a good week. And he's the one who, Patrick Mahomes would have let us down with his obsessive minus rushing yards kneel down. Did you see that, Dave?
No.
Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, yes, I did.
He just doesn't kneel the ball. Yeah, he does that. He runs around and loses 5 yards a clip on the knee.
Oh, yeah, I saw. Yeah.
So avoid Patrick Mahomes rushing yards just for that alone. Seriously, because he's going to do that again on you. But Mooney's the one who screwed us last week.
Yep.
Kamara, 28.5 for his passing. Olave, 61.5. There's Shaheed, 46.5. Can he get back involved in this one? Let's see. Any good alternate numbers I want to just take a look at? Maybe Kamara, just because he's been kind of resurgent. 50 yards receiving for him is at plus 310. That's going to be your best payout. Still a lot of yards. I could see him doing that, though, today, to be honest. Maybe Taysom Hill would be someone to look at today as well. I said that last week, and Del Grande said no. We didn't really talk about that game too much earlier. So this is the first part of the morning that we're discussing this one. But a Taysom Hill touchdown is plus 340 today. I could get involved with that, I think. Algiers plus 280. Mooney's plus 280. Shaheed plus 250, Pitts plus 230, Kamara plus 115, Drake London plus 195, Olave plus 210, Bijan minus 115. Screw it, Dave. Let's just take a shot with the over, and then when we don't win it, we'll just say, why did we bet on Derek Carr and Kirk Cousins again? Right?
I think that's the way, Steve, but I think there's one other way that I may have found here.
Okay. Is this the touchdown and the field goal in each half?
It's very similar. It's very similar. On one side of the ball, we have Bijan. The other side, we have Kamara. We actually have 2 capable running backs today. So there is that. Both teams for a rushing touchdown at plus 150.
All right. There you go. I kind of like that. What is it for a touchdown and field goal in each half?
All right. So for each half, it's going to be 17-1. For the first half alone, plus 380. So if you think we can get to 10-10 and stay alive for the second half, we have a 17-1 number on that.
I'm going to have to play that, I think. All right.
I'll make a note of it. Maybe we play a joint ticket over here with a couple more things.
Yeah, we could do that. We could do a little El Cheapo round robin probably.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Over alternate wise for this game is, well, to get to 50 points plus 265, a little bit more. To get to 52, you'll get plus 350. I wouldn't go too much above that. But I could see this being a 31-27 game.
It could.
At the end of the day.
It could.
Probably a good competitive game at the end of the day as well. But keep in mind, these are two teams still in the NFC South. When a push comes to shove down the road, David, we shall see how they'll fare playoff-wise, whoever gets through in this division. Still have Tampa down there, and Carolina, who knows, they could throw a wrench into this thing when it's all said and done as well. That would be interesting to watch, too, if these two teams do come out and play poor today, and Carolina wins.
It's wide open.
This is a whole new division.
Wide open.
Your Carolina Panther props as well. Let's take a look at the NFC South. We haven't looked at any division stuff all year, to be honest. Since the preseason, we haven't gone back to recap it. But just so you know where Carolina stands right now, they're 22-1 to win that division.
That's beautiful. I have 15 as well.
So they are someone who could sneak up from the ashes here and do that as well. I got another team that could also do that, Dave, who's getting plus 850 in the Rams. I'm not ready to kick the dirt on their grave yet either, I don't think, even with their injuries, but we'll get to that game here momentarily. But a good number for the Panthers in that division overall. I'm looking at some of the other longer shots that we have here. Your Commanders down to plus 650 overall. And the Chargers, if you think that they can win that division with Kansas City today, maybe take the 9-1 plus 900 for the Chargers, and they could be tied for the top of the AFC West with a win against Kansas City today.
Wow.
So those are some numbers to look at there. For example, buy now on a Charger and a in fact, let's just do that real quick. Let's see what that pays. I deleted my obscure touchdown score ticket by accident here. So we'll just go ahead and plug these numbers in real quick just so you get an idea of how to invest in the minimum to make the maximum. All right, so if we invest in Carolina right now at 22-1, and we'll go ahead and take a stab at, we said, the Chargers at 9-1. $5 will win you $1,145 right now. That if you want to do a fun future bet every week and just throw $5 in every week towards a future, that's not the worst one in the world to try to do. And then if you wanted to throw someone like the Steelers in on that as well right now, because I think they look like they're the team who's going to win that division to me at this point. Let's see here. Carolina, the Chargers, and the Steelers. $5 now pays $3,675. How about that?
That might be worth a $5.
I might have to put even $2.50 on that here when we get off the air. Let's see. Back to the games, though. Higher scoring game for me, Dave. I'm going to take a shot at that. I'm not going to go for any kind of crazy quarterback props. I'll just root for a collaborative over by everybody.
Yeah, Steve, I'm kind of on that train with you. A couple other of the props we'll take a look at off air, see if we can't create something there.
And I think what we'll do, too, is just for the sake of this weird 2-touchdown score ticket thing that we have going on, we'll go ahead and add on Taysom Hill, since we mentioned his name We'll throw him on for 2 touchdowns. And what this is a really, really off the wall ticket at this point, to be honest. But hey, man, the hit in week 2 with the Ridley and the Quentin Johnston,
Right.
only because Ridley was paying so good off the wall at a good price that week. That was a 29-1 and a 50-1 that hit, and that's basically what we're dealing with right here with these guys. So right now, Conklin, Taysom Hill, and we'll just say if you get one of the two, Chase Brown or Trimble, $1 is paying $45,000. If you get all 4 of them, $950,000. Just on Taysom Hill, Tommy Trimble, Chase Brown, Tyler Conklin. Dave, this show is going to become famous when this ticket hits. More famous than what we are now.
We'll be in the Turks and Caicos.
There you go. We haven't had the buttons go in a while. All right, higher scoring game for me. Let's do a couple more games, and then we're going to take a commercial break to stretch the old legs here. Minnesota and Green Bay, Dave. I'll let you go first again on this one.
So Steve, I just really like the way Minnesota is playing right now. Let's see, what did I do here already? Yes, I took the Vikings money line. It's plus 114 right now. That's paired up with a couple other things. Pretty decent ticket there at a 24-1 shot. We'll go it's probably going to be in my best bet, so we'll go over that towards the end there. And I also took Aaron Jones to find the end zone today. I think is highly, highly likely. Plus 120 for him. Steve, I think I'm just going to look for, I guess, what would be a minor upset here. Because I wouldn't say it's a major upset. Green Bay has been playing nice. But again, so is Minnesota, and I don't think many people saw that. So we'll go with the Minnesota money line here today, Steve.
Dave, this game's tough for me in the regard that I've always just liked these teams. I'm as a neutral fan. I've been to Lambeau Field.
Right.
My cousins are from Minneapolis. The Vikings were a fun team for me to grow up and watch. Along with the Patriots. I mean, there were some family ties to the Vikings, so we paid attention to the Chris Carters of the world when he came to play early on in his career, even, and then Randy Moss and everything like that. The Vikings have always been a fun team to me, and it is fun to see Sam Darnold kind of pop off to where he has right now. And a good matchup, again, a humid day, again, humidity everywhere. At Lambeau Field with the Packers and the Vikings. I'm very fascinated by this game. I think it's a good game. I like the fact that Jordan Love is going to be playing. I hope he's not gimping around. I hope he's like kind of back to full strength. He probably is. I'm sure he has some sort of a brace on or whatever.
Right.
But he's going to go out there and show a little toughness out there today, hopefully. Del Grande likes this as a higher scoring game. It's up to 44.5 now with the total. I guess I could see that. I think we're just going to try to have some fun all the way around with this one. I mean, we have Jefferson we can take for props, of course. I mean, you can take any of the Packer receivers. I think you had Dobbs, right? He let you down last week. Is that correct? Or is that Anthony or someone?
I didn't play him on my fantasy, and I should be giving him some looks because he has been putting up a couple numbers for me.
It's been Jaden Reed for the most part here for the Packers. He's plus 180 for a score. This is an Aaron Jones revenge game as well. Plus 135 for him. Maybe Josh Jacobs wants to prove he's the new running back in town over Aaron Jones, and maybe it's him who excels today. Plus 100. There's any number of directions you can go with this game. My man Wicks is plus 380 for a touchdown. Jordan Love 7-1. I think a fun game overall. Both teams have good defense. That's why the over-under does scare me a little bit. here. I guess at the end of the day, though, there's just too much talent on both sides of the ball on offense. But man, the Packers do have some takeaways at home. I mean, they are a slight favorite. Maybe I do like to lean Green Bay here. This is just a good game.
It is.
Fun game for me to watch. I'm just going to have to get involved, I think. I don't think I can do an alternate total on this. And I don't think I can do an alternate game line on this. If I had to, I guess I'm taking the Packers at home, to be honest. They do have 7 turnovers on defense themselves, but the Vikings defense is really, really good too. You know what? 22-21. Either team will win, and it's going to stay right under the total, Dave. How about that?
You know what, Steve? I was actually thinking that we get right up to the total, and it just doesn't quite go over.
Maybe
That's exactly what happens.
Maybe
here.
Minnesota tries to go for 2 to win the game and doesn't get it.
Or there's a missed extra point, or
something.
You never know, Steve. I think the total, I think the book is probably right on track with it. And again, I think you're on the money where it just comes up just short.
All right, 2 touchdown scores, which you could definitely have some fun in this one. Jacobs 6-1, Jefferson plus 650, Aaron Jones plus 850. I'm going to throw Justin Jefferson on our weird guy ticket, Dave, only because he makes your ticket really live.
Right.
If he scores 2, then all you need is one other guy to hit if you're going to play him with 2-game parlays. So we'll throw Justin Jefferson in on a ticket.
I like the Aaron Jones for this one if I had to take one.
Yeah, plus 850 for him. Dobbs 26-1, Watson 23-1, Jaden Reed 13-1. My man Wicks is 41-1. The defense is 95-1 for Green Bay, getting a better odds than the Minnesota defense. How about that? Plus 110 for the Minnesota defense. They're saying that the Green Bay defense is better than the Minnesota defense at the end of the day, at least on the sports book side of things. So that's interesting. I think a fun game overall, Dave.
Yeah, I think so too.
We'll be intrigued to watch that. All right. Jefferson, take him for a touchdown. Why not? He's that man. He's a mouth that feeds you. And like Dave said, Aaron Jones, who's going to argue that in the revenge game scenario? You could do the double revenge game scenario too as well. You could do Aaron Jones for 2 touchdowns and Andy Dalton for 3 touchdowns passing, and mix and match those 2 guys.
Oh, we're going to have to take a look at that. We are going to have to take a strong look at that.
Just in a 2-gamer and try to hit it from there. Let's see. If we put Jefferson in our parlay. Now, if Taysom Hill, Trimble, Chase Brown, or Conklin, either of those guys get 2, and Jefferson does get 2, 25 cents will still pay you out a little bit over $200. So Jefferson and one random guy will pay you nicely. So a good way to ensure that crazy bet we're putting together.
We were talking Jefferson for 2 and Dalton for 3 passing, right?
Oh, yeah.
I want to plug that in.
So do Aaron Jones for 2.
Aaron Jones for 2.
Do a revenge game, right?
Oh, that's right, the revenge games. So I want to plug that in. That's going to be an interesting number there, because we might just go ahead and play that right now. So yeah, plus 550, 3 plus Andy Daltons, and let's take that rushing touchdown out of there. Yeah, you're looking at a 57-1 pretty much there, Steve.
Okay. All right. Not too bad. Let's see. All right. Jacksonville and the Houston. Houston's banged up. Jacksonville has looked terrible. They get thumped on Monday night, like we said earlier, like you saw earlier in the week, to the hands of the Buffalo Bills. Whew. Man, Jacksonville, I don't know how you take anything on that side of the ball prop-wise at this point. And the Texans are just limited right now. And it's not like they're firing on all cylinders as well. I think this is a full stay away, to be honest. Del Grande likes Cam Akers to score. It's Houston or nothing, but I want to see it out of them some more. I don't really trust them either at this point. I think there's just better, funner games on the board. We're missing Now we do have Nico, right? Nico is the man. Let's make sure he's in here. Getting listed. Nico's plus 700, so we see him listed, so he'll play. But they still have Diggs plus 850, so I guess that's enough weaponry if you're Houston to get by this game. But man, I want to see it again. I would like it better if they had Tank Dell. Their running backs as well. Mixon was a beast when he was in there for him.
Right.
So maybe the better days ahead for the Texans, and they just kind of grind out a win in this one. Maybe win this game by 6 points, right where the point spread is. But I'll take Houston to win this game at home. And I will just take them on the money line, Dave. And I don't even know if I trust that at the end of the day.
Right.
What do you think?
Two things here, Steve. Keeping it rather simple, I think. Over 7.5 CJ Stroud rushing yards has been in a ticket that I made last night. So we'll maybe go with that.
I have him actually myself. Good point.
That's not many scrambles, he gets in trouble, 2 or 3 times, and that's 8 yards. I mean, that is really not asking a whole lot there. And Steve, and then we just went again, keeping it simple with a Stephon Diggs anytime touchdown today. So that's in a long shot, boosted up touchdown scores parlay. So we'll see what happens there, but just give me those 2 things to kind of play something out of the game. But, again, keeping it very simple, I feel like.
I do have Stroud on my quarterback rushing list. Good point. Cam Akers is 58.5 yards. Del Grande says that he likes his rushing over as well. Let's see here. Anything else? Let's see. The games I'm not interested in, Dave, I don't want to talk about so much, but I need to still cover them for the fans here. Let's see here. 2 touchdowns. Diggs 850. Schultz 25-1. Actually, we did have a question here about Schultz. Let's see here. We can sidetrack to this real quick. Dave, would you start Cole Kmet or Dalton Schultz this week?
I'm gonna say Dalton Schultz because I am starting him. My other tight end was hurt in that league, who was McBride for the Cardinals. He is out today, I believe. So I picked him up out of the player pool. So I'm going to go with Schultz today. I think, he can get some targets, maybe take advantage of injury a little bit. So let's go with Schultz.
I'll take Schultz as well. If that comes down to him. I do like Cole Kmet, though, and he is my tight end. I could see them both having equal amounts of playing time. But there you go, D. Smitty. If you've been listening, that's from D. Smitty. That's a question for him, fantasy-wise. If you're out there and you send us something, tell us where you're coming broadcasting in from. I'd like to know that.
Right, yeah.
Paris, France. Let's see here. Anyone else? Brenton Strange, he scored last week. He's 46-1 for 2 touchdowns as well. Maybe Robert Woods even gets involved at 75-1. Let's see here, Dave. You want to throw CJ Stroud onto our crazy random ticket of touchdown scores for 2?
Why not?
All right, we'll do that. And now, let's see here. For a total of $8.40, we can now win $1 million. And we have all these players that score 2 touchdowns. Taysom Hill, Tommy Trimble, Chase Brown, Tyler Conklin, Justin Jefferson, and CJ Stroud, of all people. Gabe Davis is 47-1, Dave.
Really?
Yeah, you want to throw him in there?
Yeah,
randomly?
yeah.
That makes this even that gives it an even better chance to win, you would think.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
All right, we'll throw Gabe Davis in there, knowing that Jacksonville could have a decent game today. Let's see here. We'll do 2 more games. We'll go through the rest of the 1 o'clock slate. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back and do the rest. So 1 o'clock, Steelers and the Colts. Steelers minus 2.5, over under 40.5. Talked about this earlier. I really do like Pittsburgh in this game. I like their defense as well to score at 5-1. Potentially even 2 touchdowns for the Steeler defense, which pays 55-1 now. Those odds have dropped tremendously. So let's see here. Give me the Steelers in a route, Dave. Let's see. Najee's 7-1 for 2 touchdowns. Jonathan Taylor is 5-1. You know he's going to get the ball a lot. Richardson's 10-1. Fields 11-1. Pickens 23-1. That's an interesting one. Michael Pittman is 26-1. Cordell Patterson's 27-1. Freiermuth 43-1. The Pittsburgh defense 55-1, like I mentioned earlier. I like Pittsburgh just overall in this. I think you can move them to an alt line. I think they just outclass the Colts at the end of the day. I could be selling the Colts short. I'm admitting that. I can't find the faith and the wanting to back them at any point of the season. And I think this is their, beating Chicago is one thing at home. Beating Pittsburgh is going to be a whole nother affair. And if you want to lay some points with Pittsburgh here, you can get a good number at minus 11.5 at 4-1 odds. Minus 13.5. You are indoors. They do have a good kicker. Boswell's been nice. Plus 480. So nearly 5-1 odds to win by 14 points. I would go that route, Dave. And prop wise, I would take a shot at Pickens having a good game. And I would even maybe throw Freiermuth in something. And the Pittsburgh defense as well to score. And I think that they win something like, I think a good correct score for this, to be honest, would be 31-10. And maybe 31-14 would be something like that as well. But the odds for that type of score, let's see here. Steelers 31. Colts 14 is 270-1. 31-13 is 180-1. 31-10 is 160-1. You could play all three of those, Dave. How about that? What are your thoughts on this?
Interesting stuff, Steve. I think it's a little bit more of a low-scoring game here. I did take the under. I have it at 40. So your correct score would put me just over. The Steelers, I think, are starting to get it together on the offensive side of the ball, but they're just always that under team. I think the defense can take care of business there in Indy, and I think we have an under here, Steve. And I want to kind of keep this game simple because I'd like to see just a little bit more out of Pittsburgh offensively before we start going that route. So I'm going to trust Pittsburgh and their defense. I think you could take them on the money line as well, but I do like the under the total here.
Let's see. Low ball receiver numbers. Let's see. Calvin Austin the third's 14.5. Najee Harris 13.5. Pickens 53.5. Freiermuth just 28.5. There's your man Alec Pierce 25.5. Pittman Jr. is 45.5. Jonathan Taylor 11.5 receiving yards is interesting to me.
Interesting, yeah.
To me, actually. Well, does he have a prop and an alternate number? He does. This will be my first write down of new stuff in the morning. Jonathan Taylor for 25 receiving yards is 3-1. I can just see Richardson scrambling and just dumping it off to him.
Right, yeah. You can see him getting a couple.
All right, so we'll throw that on something. Any faith in your man Alec Pierce against his Pittsburgh secondary?
I might
60 yards plus 410.
Yeah, I might take Alec Pierce even at 40 plus is at plus 220. I think that's probably where I would gravitate to just because of this Steelers defense, but man, you're getting really nice numbers all over for him. Even at 25 plus is minus 125. But if he can find his way to 50 yards, Steve, You can get a plus 390 out of that, and I think that's a really nice number for that.
Dave, here's a nice mix and match of good players and players you're not expecting to score. All right, so we now we're going to throw George Pickens on here. We have Gabe Davis and Justin Jefferson, right? This is a parlay. If you played this like last year, you would be getting much, much less of a payout, to be honest. But we'll also throw in Conklin, Tyler Conklin, Chase Brown, Tommy Tremble, and Taysom Hill. And now, if we spread the wealth around and we'll invest $12.50, we can't do any 4-game parlays, so it's hard to build this up to $1 million. Unless you're doing this the El Cheapo route. But what you're doing is you're adding some real legitimate options to cash here. But 25 cents, you have 30 different combinations of the 3-game parlays, and your average payout is going to be about $8,000 if you get even something like Jefferson, Gabe Davis, and George Pickens. Or, Chase Brown, Jefferson, Gabe Davis, something like that. Will still all add up to somewhere around at least $6,500.
Right.
So $12.50. Somehow you sweep the board on all this. You should be getting paid more than this, but you're only hitting all the 3-game parlays, all 30 of them. But $225,000, and you got the option of having all these legitimate players like a Pickens, Davis, Jefferson. I mean, I've seen worse tickets we've built for sure. Okay, next game on the board. We'll look for Steeler dominance. Rams and the Bears. I think this could be a sneaky fun game, Dave. Matt Stafford, he can throw it to anybody. And I'll tell you this, the Rams defense is not that great at all at the end of the day. They're bad. If the Bears can't get it going against the Rams defense, I don't know who they're going to get it going against, to be honest. So I expect their best offensive output of today. I expect the Rams to put up some points as well. I think you can move this above 40.5. And again, I think you can take a chance here on more props where we have limited stuff in the Houston game. I think this is more wide open, to be honest. Kyron Williams plus 480 for 2. Roshan Johnson's been getting a lot of action. He's 17-1. DJ Moore, 20-1. DeAndre Swift, people are down on him, 20-1. Khalil Herbert, 29-1. DeMarcus Robinson, 30-1. Tutu Atwell, 35-1. Roma Dunze, 33-1. That could be him today. Keenan Allen, 33-1. Caleb Williams, 39-1. Maybe I'll throw Roma Dunze into this list of guys too, Dave, here. Of 2 touchdowns. 33-1 for Roma Dunze. 55-1 for Cole Kmet. Tyler Johnson, 65-1. So there are some 2 touchdown scorer potential huge payouts in this game. I could see it. Kyron Williams minus 125 for 1. DJ Moore plus 230. Roshan Johnson plus 230. DeMarcus Robinson plus 310. Dunze plus 340. Tutu Atwell plus 350. Passer prop wise, Caleb Williams 220.5 for a baseline. 213.5 for Stafford's baseline. I think that's low. I think he can go over that for sure. To be honest, I'll take a look at both of these guys on their alternate passing yards potentially. Caleb Williams for 250 yards is plus 194. Stafford for 250 yards is plus 220. I think those are both achievable for those players this afternoon. And Stafford's passing touchdowns, you get 8-1 for him to throw 3. How about that? Caleb Williams is 6-1 for him to throw 3. I'd rather take the Stafford to throw 3. Even with the dinged up core, he's going to throw it to somebody at plus 800. Kyron Williams is going to be a nice option as well. If you're looking for receiving props from running backs, Kyron Williams is at 16.5. So if you want to do the old Jonathan Taylor boost up, all the way up to 40 yards for Kyron Williams is at plus 490. So I like that. for sure. I'll have to throw that on a ticket. Give me a higher scoring game, Dave. What do you got?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to move it to 47.5, plus 232 out of that, Steve. I think there's certainly the offensive weapons enough to do that. And I tell you what, we're going to go ahead and play. This one's a little obscure, but if Stafford has to throw it to anybody, why not give it to Tutu Atwell for plus 310 anytime touchdown, Steve? So I'm going to probably play that with an alternate over. Just, you go down the list here, you look at the names here that are certainly capable, and they are aplenty. So give me Atwell and give me over 47.5 today.
All right, the Eagles are minus 1.5 at Tampa Bay, 41.5. I think the wrong team's favored here. I don't like the Eagles' injuries. I don't like any of their props. Del Grande loves Jalen Hurts, anytime touchdown score. I'm going to be a little trigger shy on the Buccaneers myself here, just because of their performance last week. Didn't look good, and they do have some injury concerns as well. Bucky Irving, if I have to play something at plus 210 for a touchdown, would be it. Del Grande insists that we need Jalen Hurts on the ticket somewhere. He's gone from plus 155 now to plus 135, so people are buying on him today. I like the rushing prop for Mr. Mayfield today, Dave. How about that? Baker Mayfield for 9.5 rushing yards. I'll take that over. Just like CJ Stroud, I have them on the same ticket. But for the most part, I'm going to just have this game on and try to soak in the happenings. I think it's a close game, kind of, but the Buccaneers win at the end of the day. I'm not going to get too cute about it. But give me the Bucs at home here. What do you got?
Yeah, Steve. So I took the Tampa Bay money line last night in one of my plays. And I also, I'm kind of right on the same track there with you in that boosted up touchdown scores parlay. I did throw Bucky Irving in there. Nice number, and he's getting more and more opportunities. And he's making the most of them. Most time he touches the ball, he's getting positive yards, and he's making a case to get more playing time. So give me the Bucs to bounce back at home versus a banged up Philly squad, and give me some Bucky Irving touchdown love.
All right. 2 touchdown scores in this one. Godwin plus 1,500. Irving 14-1. Rashad White 11-1. Barkley 5-1. Hurts plus 850. Mike Evans is at 10-1. Dave Del Grande says take Hurts for up to 3 potentially. He's 50-1 for that. So I'll plug in that 50-1 with the 55-1 on the Steelers defense and give that a go with Jalen Hurts for 3, the Steelers for 2. I don't have that payout in front of me, but know it's going to be big. 25 cents will win you a few hundred anyway. Put it that way. Cade Otton, can we see him? 41-1. He hasn't shown up the whole season. The other one we needed to look at for this game was if there was on the board receiving yards for we don't have it on the board. For Gainwell, the running back, backup running back
Right.
for the Eagles, just because they need to feed some extra mouths. Dotson, plus 320 for Jahan Dotson. If he can get 60 yards, he will be the focal point of the wide receivers since there is no one to throw the ball to for Jalen Hurts today. Dallas Goedert, 55.5 for his receiving yards. I just don't want the props here, Dave.
No, I don't like any of the props. Just not doing it for me in that game. I think you keep it simple.
All right, that's the last of the 1 o'clocks. Let's see, it's 11:22 here. Do you just want to keep on going?
If you want to take a quick one and stretch your legs, I'm not mad at it. But,
we got 6 games left. I think we'll get out of here about 12. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and queue up one of these commercials. We'll take a quick break. And we'll be back in 6.5 minutes. How about that?
there you go.
It's a sign, a song of the different feelings.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
It is estimated that 23% of car accidents each year involve a cell phone. That's 1.3 million accidents a year. Reaching for your phone, you are 4 times more likely to crash. Dialing on your phone, 2.8 times more likely to crash. And texting on your phone, you are 23 times more likely to crash. Attentive drivers are safe drivers.
Hey, does your home have algae or stains on the siding? Is there grime built up on your deck or brick patio? Coastal Pressure Washing Services has a warranty of professional services. From pressure washing to window cleaning to deck and fence staining, as well as dryer vent cleaning, you got it all. Call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net. Again, call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517. Family-owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time. Do you want to advertise with Deep End Broadcasting? Send us an email at deepend757@yahoo.com. That's deepend757@yahoo.com. Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
All right, Nephew Dave, we're back. Let's get to the rest of the slate. My 49ers, my Patriots are at Dave Del Grande's 49ers. And, you know, it could be a bloodbath of ugliness for the away team, to be honest. I don't know. 10 points is a lot to me. San Fran's, again, like Houston, something just doesn't seem right to me with San Fran.
Right.
I put them in the same exact boat, to be honest. Could they put a demolition job on New England today? They definitely probably can. I'm not going to bet against. I'm not going to bet for that. Perhaps a scrappy New England team comes in here and keeps this game close. It's now up to 41.5, so our total is rising here. I'll tell you this. At the end of the day, you're going to get some low numbers on the Pats. 159.5 for the passing yards for Jacoby Brissett. Receiving yards, Stevenson's 13.5. Demario Douglas 32.5. Jalen Polk 19.5. KJ Osborne did nothing last week, 17.5 for him. There's Antonio Gibson. I'm not sure why they took my man Tyquan Thornton off the board. He still was getting targets last week. We do have injuries, question marks for the Niners. Debo is only 46.5 for his receiving. That seems low, right?
Right.
Kittle's 46.5. Jennings just 31.5. How do you not take him again on his over, to be honest? Juwan Jennings. He was fantastic last week. 170 yards, 3 touchdowns. Brandon Ayuk's 58.5. He's been gone all season. He still hasn't shown up for training camp after signing the contract. Dropping balls is Brandon Ayuk. Jordan Mason, 9.5 for his receiving yards. I just smell this as a lower scoring game somehow, Dave. And, you know, it's not going to shock me if the Niners win this game by 3. What do you think?
Yeah, Steve, I think 10.5 is quite a bit. I mean, again, you know, you're thinking, okay, it's the 49ers. Yes, they are banged up. But, again, it's the Patriots. But I'm telling you, I think the Patriots, you know, they make teams grind it out. And they are feisty at times. So I think you could take a chance at 10.5 or maybe even move that. And, you know, you'll lose a little bit of numbers there. But I think you could go like 13.5 for the Patriots or whatever. But I don't know, Steve. I did take an Ayuk anytime in that boosted parlay. So I guess if anything, that's what I'll be keeping track of. Tough one to handicap. It should be a Niners blowout, but it would not surprise me if the Patriots do end up covering that number.
I will take some Jennings props again if I'm going to play this against my Pats. If I'm going to take anything 49ers, I just like his stock, and you can tell Purdy likes him. Plus 370 for him to get a touchdown. And he could be the focal point of the passing game still at the end of the day. I don't know. Ramondre Stevenson receiving yards has not been one to cash in the last few weeks. I would perhaps give that another go. It's just 13.5 for his receiving yards, and they don't have him on an alternate number, but I think 13.5 is fine for a baseline bet. So one or two catches from him, maybe that gives it a shot. The Ant-Man just did send me a bet, Dave. He wants to share with the audience.
Nice.
He is on the phone with his brother. But here's what the Ant-Man's going to do. He's going to take 7 players, all for their over receiving yards in the first quarter. $13 pays $1,000. He's going to take Jamar Chase for over 11.5. Deontay Johnson over 8.5. Higher scoring game, obviously, is what he's thinking. Drake London over 8.5. Rashid Shaheed over 0.5 yard first quarter. So obviously he thinks that's a higher scoring game. And then he's also going to take Stephon Diggs and Nico Collins for first quarter receiving yards. Nico's 13.5. Diggs is 9.5. and he's going to take Justin Jefferson over 10.5.
Interesting stuff there.
13 pays 1,000. All right. That's the stuff we come up with here on the round robin, live 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8:30 a.m. Pacific. All right, so we both kind of smell a rat a little bit. Next game on the board. The Commanders and the Cardinals, David. This is your chance to give the State of the Union of your Commanders after their great victory on Monday night. Well, the first time all morning, we saved it for you. That we're going to talk things from a Washington perspective here. But go ahead and tell us why you're going to win the Super Bowl now.
We're going all the way, Steve. No, that was a great game last week. A game where everything that I feel like they've been trying to do kind of came together there. Now the key is going to be, that was great. We love to see it. But let's get that on a consistent level here. You know what I mean? Let's keep that going. So we'll see. The defense is still a big question mark there. Doesn't seem to be very good to this point in the season. But I think if they can kind of duplicate what they did last week, we'll at least be in for a fun game. I would expect a lot of points in this one if Washington can duplicate what they did. I feel like the Arizona Cardinals will get their points as well. So we'll see, Steve, but I would expect points aplenty in this one. Props are probably alive all over the place. Touchdown scores. This one could be exciting. Hopefully a bit of a shootout if it is.
Who's the Washington tight end, go-to tight end? Who's that been?
Ertz.
Yeah, that's right, Ertz. And he's having a nice season for tight ends. Probably one of the better seasons for tight ends, Dave. And we'll sidetrack just a little bit. We got a email from Coach. Actually, a text on the text hotline. You can text us your questions. 757-354-5517. Coach in Charlotte, North Carolina, wants to know how we're going to handle the tight end production. Overall productions of tight ends have been down. He has Mark Andrews, and he has done nothing. What's the remedy to the solution, Dave? I don't think there is one. I think you ride the wave.
That is a really good question, Steve. I'm gonna side with you on that. It's all down.
You try to find someone on a good team right now that's not picked up.
And
if that's a Zach Ertz, but I think he's on teams at this point, right?
Yeah, well, it'll be, you want to, if you have guys like Likely and McBride who are a little bit more involved, I almost see those two guys for Baltimore and Arizona as receivers, but they play the tight end position. And so it's one of those things where you just kind of have to have the right guy, because as of right now, and when I say that, I mean teams that use them in more of a capacity that way. So it's really it's tough right now.
You have Brenton Strange. He scored last week. He's available for Jacksonville, at least in my league or our league, Dave.
Right. Yep.
Our deep end 757 league. Let's see. You still have Tyler Kraft for Green Bay. You have Otten for Tampa Bay, but he's done nothing. You have Noah Fant for Seattle available. It is slim pickings. You have Hayden Hurst for the Chargers. Now, Del Grande likes Disley for the Chargers. Disley's very available. He's way down on the bottom of the list here for tight ends to be. I think you just had to identify who's going to be a good team and give a guy a shot, knowing that any production is a bonus point at this point.
Well, I had to pick up Schultz this morning before we went on air because of McBride was hurt. So we'll see how that does. I don't know how he was available, but we'll see if that really does anything in that regard, though.
All right, let's see here. You know what? Luke McCaffrey, I feel like he could score at any point. Noah Brown, 4-1 for both of those guys.
I like Noah Brown in this game, Steve.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Plus 310 for Ertz. I think I'm going to write down Noah Brown right now. He is a speedster. He played for the Texans last year. He's a guy that we had. His baseline is 27.5. He could fly over that. Let's see here. Noah Brown for 60 yards is at plus 420 today.
I mean, he has shown up, when the ball has been thrown to him, and he has been producing nice when he gets his chances. So maybe that brings him some more chances.
How about Brian Robinson Jr. as a receiver today?
Yeah, he could probably get a couple as well.
He's just at 15.5.
Yeah, with Eckler out, I mean, you got to figure he's going to get more of the load, and there's going to be screen passes in there, so you got to figure a couple are going to him.
And he's 2-1 for 25 yards.
I think you do that. So yeah, we'll definitely be taking a look at
Kyron Williams is the other guy who's paying nicely with his receive yards.
Yeah,
today.
yep.
So Jonathan Taylor, Kyron Williams, Brian Robinson will throw on the ticket somewhere. I expect this to be a fun game. I think Washington can win this game.
Plus 145.
Yep. So basically, at the end of the day, you're very happy with your State of the Union of your Commanders.
As of now, let's keep the expectations, reasonable. Let's enjoy what happened last week, but know that it has to keep happening, and defense needs to get a little bit better along the way as well.
Noah Brown for 2 touchdowns today is 43-1. McCaffrey 42-1. Ertz 33-1. Jaden Daniels plus 950. Michael Wilson 21-1. Elijah Higgins 29-1. Greg Dortch 32-1. Kyler Murray 17-1. Brian Robinson is at plus 800 is a nice price for 2. Marvin Harrison Jr. plus 650 is for 2. James Conner 4-1 for 2 touchdowns today. As far as the passing goes, Jaden Daniels seems low to me at 215.5. Dave,
I think he could. I think he has a chance to get over that.
For 250 for him plus 220, a real nice payout at 275 plus 390. I mean, if this is going to be the shootout game that they're saying, doesn't Daniels have to have a big yardage game? I mean, I know he's going to get it on the ground, but it's going to come through the air too. He throws a pretty ball.
Yeah, Steve. I mean, I think it's definitely a possibility, and again, I think we do see some points today.
All right, next game on the board: the Chiefs laying 7.5 now at the Chargers, over under 41.5. I'll start with you, Dave.
All right, Steve. With the way the Chargers kind of let down last week. Again, playing a good defense. I'll tell you what I did with this. Again, I wanted to keep it simple. I think you have the chance to play Kansas City props, but I went with a Carson Steele anytime touchdown. With Pacheco not being there, he seems to be getting the bulk of the load, and he runs pretty hard. So plus 115. Carson Steele anytime, Steve. That's going to be my focus coming out of this one.
All right. I don't know what to think here. Quentin Johnston's been my man, so why not stay with him in just kind of a weird way?
Right.
He is at, let's see here, plus 330 still for a touchdown for Quentin Johnston. This would be his 3rd week in a row, so why not? It's not like the Chiefs secondary's been super great at the end of the day. They let Cincinnati move on him. They let Baltimore move on him. And if it wasn't for Kirk Cousins, he'd be moving on him too.
Yep.
To be honest, Kareem Hunt now is in the fold at plus 320. Maybe you look at him from the Chiefs' perspective to get him back involved. Almost in the weird revenge game. You're coming back to your old team after getting cut, Could you put Kareem Hunt on that revenge ticket of Aaron Jones and Andy Dalton? I think you could.
I went ahead and played that already, Steve. I just had to jump on that, but if you wanted to add to it, I think you definitely could. That just seemed to be a nice ticket.
All right. Xavier Worthy plus 240. 2 touchdowns today. Carson Steele plus 550. Dobbins plus 750. Rashee Rice 10-1. Kelsey 15-1. Xavier Worthy, 21-1. Maybe you just hop on the Kelsey for 2 train, knowing that it's got to be coming at some point, right? At one game this season, he has to have 2 touchdowns. And you're already priced in. Lad McConkey, 44-1. Quentin Johnston, 34-1. Again, another good payout. I'm going to have to throw him on a ticket just because he's done so good for me. He's part of my winning bet in week 2. Quentin Johnston for 2. Smith Schuster, 110-1 for 2 touchdowns. Justin Herbert's baseline is 183.5 passing yards. I mean, what is the off chance that this game just does turn into a shootout, you know?
Right.
I mean, it is a low over-under. And that's the thing, man. They have some very low-hanging over-unders here where your first thought is to go under on a lot of these. But one of these weeks, and that's what it's been doing, it's been going under. We're going to have these super rocket blow-up scores on games we're not even thinking about. And this could be one of them for sure.
Right.
All right. Next game on the board is the Browns and the Raiders. Browns minus 2.5, 36.5. All the money's coming in on the Browns because the Raiders maybe have quit on their season. Not officially quit, but if they're making business decisions in between week 3 and 4, I don't know what that means. That sounds like trades to me is what that sounds like. Holding players out to maintain their health so they can get rid of them. So give me the Browns here, Dave. One of my locks of the day. Cleveland minus 2.5, over under 36.5. I think they can win this game convincingly today. Browns on the alt line. If you want to do the alt line madness here, you can pair them up, I think, with Pittsburgh. And I think you can pair it up with maybe like the over and the Rams and the Bears. And I think you can actually pair it up with Tampa Bay on the alt line if you really want to get frisky and come up with an exotic ticket of round robins. I'll go ahead and draw that up here in a second. But go ahead and give me I'll get your thoughts, and then I'll get into more of the props here on Cleveland's side, what we have a chance for. But give me the Browns to beat the Raiders today, Dave, in Vegas. What do you got?
Steve, not much of a thought for this one. I think at the end of the day, I'm probably going to be leaving this one alone. I guess if I'm going to do anything, give me some Amari Cooper anytime at plus 175 if we think the Browns are going to roll, which they probably should. But again, it's Cleveland. They haven't shown that to me anyway. So not much to think about here for me, Steve, but I will take Amari Cooper.
All right. Let me send this one ticket to Dave real quick here. I'm going to have to reboot that. Okay. So anytime touchdowns for this game. Let me click on that. Give me some Jerome Ford at plus 165. Jacoby Myers 2-1. Bowers plus 210. I don't think you can trust any Raider today.
No.
Amari Cooper plus 220. Zamir White plus 280. Alexander Madison is the counterfeiter of all time this year over Zamir White. He scored again last week, plus 350. He scored every week now so far. So maybe you just take him. Deshaun Watson plus 360. Dante Foreman plus 360. We never hear about him. Judy plus 380. No, David Njoku. I don't like that. But I would take a Jerome Ford here, knowing that he's probably going to be the breadwinner at the end of the day for Cleveland. He's 12-1 for 2 touchdowns. Amari Cooper is 20-1. Zamir White 26-1. Bowers 19-1. Jacoby Myers 16-1. I don't want to get too cute here, Dave, but I'll just go ahead and take Cleveland to win this game outright. All right. And even for the exotic 2 touchdown scores, is there anybody I don't want to throw on here for 4 o'clock? I mean, not really.
Not really. Not in that game.
Maybe Amari Cooper just at 20-1. You know what? You're getting Jerry Jeudy at 39-1.
I think you take Cooper though. I think that number is
because he could be the one like a Jefferson, same type of theory with the other guys at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
Where he could actually like lock it in for you at the end of the day. All right. Let's see here. All right, next game on the board will be our night game, right?
Yep.
Buffalo and the Ravens. I'll let you start, Dave. Go ahead.
This will be a good one, Steve. The Ravens favored at home, but I don't know if they've shown enough to have that. So Buffalo Bills plus 114 money line. I don't know about the over under. I think it's a tough way to go about this one. I like the Bills on the money line, Steve. If the theme has kind of been on some of these games to keep it simple, just play the money line at night, laying on the couch or laying in bed. Gives you a reason to root for the Bills, which they look dangerous right now. They're playing as a unit, and they're putting out a good product right now. Ravens, struggling a little bit. They are at home. I think it's a close game, but the Buffalo money line, I think, Steve, is where I have to land.
I like Buffalo in this game to win. Plus 124, I'd be fine with. I might even take a shot with them on the alt line here. I just think they're better than Baltimore at the end of the day, top to bottom. And I don't think many people will think to take Buffalo to win by 2 touchdowns. But remember this, it just is 2 scores at the end of the day. It doesn't take much for someone to win who's capable of winning to win by 2 scores at the end of the day. An extra turnover or 2 here or there, a good punt return, even at garbage time on a pick 6 or something like that. I mean, all that comes into play to cover a big minus number. And the Bills minus 13.5 in this game is at plus 750. So that's a big number you're going to get. You got to remember the Baltimore kicker has been struggling as well in that regard. I do like the passing props for Josh Allen. 231.5 is his baseline. Lamar's 204.5. Josh Allen touchdowns for him is at, let's see. Well, Lamar for 3 is at plus 520. Lamar for 2 is at plus 132. Josh Allen for 2 is at plus 106. I'm going to take 4 or 5 quarterbacks just to throw for 2 and put a 50% boost on it. And I think Josh Allen will be thrown in the mix on that one. And Josh Allen for 3 touchdowns is at plus 420. How about my man Shakir, my preseason prediction? And I'll say this. There are a couple guys who are high on Shakir preseason. I heard them after I decided this game. I'm the one who said Shakir first on these airwaves.
They are listening.
Anyway, yeah, it's 48.5 for Shakir to get over his prop today. And his alternate number for receiving yards over 70 is at plus 220. There's your guy, Zay Flowers. I mean, he's a great pro, Dave.
Yep.
70 yards for him is at plus 220. I think this is an over game. I like Buffalo. I think Baltimore still scores their points. You can bombard the same game parlays away on this one as well. This could be a bloodbath for the sportsbook. This could be payback for all the losses last week if everyone has the Bills and the over, and that's what happens today. Kincaid for 38.5. Give me the over on that. I mean, Lord. James Cook, 20.5. He can definitely get that easily on the receiving end of things. Maybe we throw him in our receiving yards for running back play at the end of the day. We'll have to take a look at that, his numbers more dynamically as well. James Cook for 40 yards receiving is at 3-1. I'd feel more comfortable with him at 25 at plus 120. But James Cook has been fantastic this season. The Bills are the cream of the crop to be in the NFL. They win tonight in a higher scoring game, David.
I could definitely see it. Like I said, the Bills have earned that trust over there, and the Ravens have just been struggling. So we'll see what happens there in Baltimore tonight.
All right, Monday night game, doubleheader. We'll go ahead and group these two together like we did last week. We have Tennessee and the Dolphins. The over-under has gone up now from 36.5 to 37.5. Del Grande likes a sneaky over here with Huntley in Tennessee coming in. Miami still has weapons on the offense. They still have Achane. They still have Tyreek Hill. They still have Waddle. Tennessee's hungry for a win, too. You think you're going to get their best effort against a bad Miami defense as well. So maybe this is a lower number. The Dolphins just 2.5. And then the other game is Detroit and Seattle. Detroit's minus 3.5 and 46.5 on that game as well. I like Detroit tomorrow night, Dave. Maybe it's a 8, 9, 10-point win. Nothing crazy. Maybe even closer. Maybe they just win by 3. 46.5. Remember how we said the Vikings and the Packers could end up 22-21 right below the total? Yep. Well, I smell that same kind of rat in this game, to be honest. 23-21, Detroit over Seattle, something like that, maybe. Just under the total, maybe Seattle covering. Detroit, any number of players can feed the mouth here. I guess I'm gonna if I'm gonna go back to one Detroit player, and he did me right last week. I guess I'm gonna go back to the Gibbs wagon like I was on last year. I think that's just my best bet for a Detroit prop player consistently. He seems to be the most consistent one to get involved on the Detroit side. Seattle, I'm always gun shy of Geno Smith. I could see his passing props under tomorrow night. Geno Smith is 244.5. I could definitely see that under tomorrow night, to be honest.
Right.
Golf is at 240.5. They're passing touchdowns. Golf for 3 is a plus 390. 2 is at minus 102. It could all be running touchdowns for Detroit at the end of the day. Geno for 2 passing is just an even flat plus 100. I don't want any piece of that. Give me Detroit just to win the game at home. And I'll root for the higher scoring game in the Miami-Tennessee game. Prop-wise, nothing's sticking out to me at all for the most part. But what do you got?
So, Steve, I like the Lions to get it done at home. In a close one, though, Seahawks possibly covering. And I will give Kenneth Walker some love in that game. I think he finds his way into the end zone. And then once again, we're just going to, keep it simple there in Miami. I do think that we have a little bit of room to move that number. I would move it into the 40s for sure, maybe somewhere around 43, 44 points, somewhere like that. Get a nice plus number out of it. But give me the Dolphins at home and give me Detroit at home, but a possible Seattle cover.
All right, 2 touchdown scores today. Let's see here for this one. For the Monday night game, Laporta 17-1, Jackson Smith and Jigaba is at 19-1, Lockett 23-1, Jameson Williams 17-1, DK Metcalf 12-1, St. Brown 10-1, Montgomery 5-1, Gibbs 6-1, Kenneth Walker the third plus 950. I can see the Detroit defense being due to get a touchdown, actually. Just a single touchdown, which would pay. Plus 650 there. Regular touchdowns, DK's Metcalf plus 650. Kenneth Walker plus 135. St. Brown plus 135. Laporta plus 210. Jameson Williams plus 210. Jahmyr Gibbs is my man, minus 110. Montgomery minus 120. In the other game, let's see here. If you think this is going to be a super high-scoring fest, Dave Del Grande style, then you're going to get paid well for it. Over 51.5 is at 6-1 odds. Dave, you like that?
I could see it.
Yep. Passing prop wise, 196.5 for Levis, 161.5 for Huntley. That's going to make some interesting numbers for Tyreek and the gang. Tyreek Hill just 51.5 receiving yards. Don't you have to take that over?
I was about to say, I mean, I think you got to take a shot on that.
Achane 23.5, Waddle 37.5, Ridley 42.5, Tyler Boyd 23.5. He's due to go over and have a decent game.
A lot of low hangers there.
There's some low hanging fruit for sure in this game. Achane for 25 yards receiving, just about even money. 40 yards is at plus 250. DeAndre Hopkins is one that Del Grande likes. 70 yards for him is at plus 330. 9-1 if he gets to 100 yards receiving or more for DeAndre Hopkins. How about that? We're gonna have to throw him on a ticket somewhere.
Throw it in there.
Anything else on those? I'll root for the higher scoring game, and I think the Lions win at home. Just as simple as that.
Yep, I think that's just the way to go.
All right, let's go ahead and that'll be a wrap on all the games week 4. Let's go ahead, and we're right before noon. Perfect timing. Let's go ahead and do our 2-touchdown most world famous sounder. You always think that's funny, Dave, which I like. And we got some 2-touchdown scores today, man. I could win a couple $1 million here, Dave, on the afternoon on.
Well, I went a little short this time, but I really like it.
A very minimal investment here.
Johnny. 4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
Yeah, give me 2.5 and a Ric Flair.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like.
I'm going to go get the papers.
All right, Dave, 2 touchdown scores for me today. I'm going to have an exotic, fun list of candidates. And I have these all round robins and all different ways. And I'm going to go for 2 touchdowns. Here are some obscure ones, and here are some ones that definitely, I think, have some juice to them this afternoon. I'm going to go Taysom Hill for 2, Tommy Trimble to score 2 touchdowns, Chase Brown for 2, Tyler Conklin for 2, Justin Jefferson for 2 touchdowns. Gabe Davis is back on my list with 2 touchdowns today. He's at 47-1 odds. George Pickens, 21-1 odds. We'll throw him on there. Rome Odunze. Chris Godwin, I threw on in that Tampa Bay Eagles game because he's been hot. And all these guys can pay out a tremendous amount of money. I have smaller ones on each of these guys separated. So who do you have for 2?
For 2, Steve, like I said, I usually pick 4 guys. I'm going to go with 3 today, but I feel like, it's got as good as chance as any from week to week. Carson Steele for 2 there for the Chiefs. We're going to go with Terry McLaurin. You see what happens when you get him the ball. He called for that ball. He wanted that touchdown. He got it. Washington walks out with a win. Give the ball to Terry McLaurin. He's going in for 2 today at 16-1. And then the revenge for Mr. Aaron Jones plus 850. Steve, that's just a short, 3-player list. If you just wanted to put a $5 bill down on that one, 6,400 is your return.
That's what I like. Investing the minimum for the maximum. The A-Man is sending one more. This isn't dedication to his. This is kind of sad. I'm not trying to make this sound funny. I could play the Taps music for this, to be honest. We won't do that. Mr. Dortch was his 7th grade science teacher. He passed away yesterday.
Oh, man.
He was always trembling, and he loved the Saints. So Anthony's 3-game parlay in his honor today is Tommy Tremble, because he was always trembling, Greg Dortch, because that was his name, and Raheed Shaheed, since he liked the Saints. $20 wins $1,830.
I like it, Ant-Man.
All right. Cash that money, Ant-Man. And our prayers to the family of the Dortches. May he rest in peace.
Indeed.
Yep. Let's see here. Best bets, Dave. What do you got?
All right, best bets. We're gonna go with this one for now. I have the Vikings on the money line. We're gonna go with under 40 points in the Steelers-Colts game. Over 7.5 CJ Stroud rushing yards. Really not too much to ask for. Tampa Bay on the money line. And then we're going to round things off. Best bet, 25-plus receiving yards for Mr. Noah Brown today.
All right, I'm going to look at a few different random stuff. I'll miss some of it, of course. But I'll look for a higher scoring game in the Bengals-Panthers game. Now, that over-under has dropped a point, which I like that even better now. They're trying to persuade you into thinking the under is happening. Give me the old fake line move the wrong way so you don't bet the over. So give me Bengals, Panthers over. Give me Jets and Survivor. I'll take an over game in the Saints and the Falcons. Why not? Good, close, fun game with Vikings, Packers. So a pass there. I'll pass on the Texans. I'll take the Steelers to beat the Colts by double digits. I'll take a higher scoring game in the Rams and the Bears game. I will take the Buccaneers to win at home and possibly by double digits over Philadelphia. How about that? Why not? I'll throw $5 on my Patriots, getting 10.5 at Arizona. At San Francisco. I'll take your Commanders to win outright in Arizona, Dave. Speaking about that, the Chargers are getting too many points at home for me now that I'm looking at it. Golden rule of thumb, any home team getting 7.5 points or more, you automatically take them. Although the Chiefs seem to demolish that, and considering it'll be more like a Chiefs home game than a Chargers home game, maybe that doesn't apply. But I'll take the Browns in a better bet as well to cover against the tanking Raiders. And I'll take a higher scoring game with Buffalo coming out on top in that one. I'll put money on the Bills and the over, and I'll do a little alternate madness with it on both ends on a single game parlay, 50% profit boost. Prop wise, I'll look at some receivers to get over their receiving yards. That'll be Jonathan Taylor. That'll be Kyron Williams. That'll be Robinson Jr. And that'll be Chuba Hubbard. That'll be the one I'll throw on there as well. And maybe we'll just throw Tyreek Hill as a Monday Night Madness one on there with his alternate over, because he could really juice and spruce that guy up if he has a successful big game. Quarterbacks to run for yards. I'll look for Bo Nix to do that. CJ Stroud to do that. I'll look for Baker Mayfield. All low-hanging numbers to run for their over total. Nix a little bit more. He'll have to get closer to 25. But I think he could do that scrambling away from the Jets defense overall. Anything else? There'll be some other props we'll do throughout the day, but we just wanted to get you thinking. Know that you can put down your $5, your $10, people, and you can turn that into a few $100 or $1,000 or whatever the case may be. If you just connect on 3 or 4 of these crazy odds of this deep dive menu that the sports books provide us with the NFL. All right, Dave, week 4 is in the books. You like
Flying
that?
by.
We'll be in October football next month. That'll be next week. What the puck is going on a week from Monday. We'll start our NHL coverage. They'll have games in Prague, but we'll be on before the regular season starts. We'll have a lot of fun with that. All right, good luck on your week 4. Cash some tickets.